Chapter 40-47. At the scene of the Seven Prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang school team to the scene. Apart from them, everyone from the various prefectures and major forces were present. They had become the last group of people to arrive. This time, usually we come at this time too, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the others, they were not surprised by this. Zhen Pingfan said to Yi Chunfeng, "Uncle Yi, I told you to bring them here earlier, but you didn't believe me. I guessed that they would come early today. As long as we're not late." Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly. "Yes, we're not late." Zhen Pingfan felt a little helpless. But if we came earlier and everyone was here earlier, wouldn't the second round of the Seven Prefectures feast start earlier? If we came earlier, it would still take a day. Yi Chunfeng shook his head and said, "It's about the same. There's no rush." Zhen Pingfan was completely speechless upon hearing this. At the same time, after the Chunyang school team arrived, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the Seven Prefectures feast, also appeared. "Everyone, today is the second round of the ranking battle." After Lin Donglai appeared, he did not say much and immediately announced the start of the second round of the Seven Prefectures feast. At the same time, he called out to a young man in the distance. "Number 30, please enter." Number 30 was the person who was eliminated by Yuan Moyu, the Heaven's Howl sect of the state prefecture of Qing. Speaking of which, he was also unlucky. It was not easy for him to get the token that was closest to the top 20. But he lost it in the first round and was replaced with number 30. Of course, although he was replaced, he did not have any complaints, because he was indeed not as good as others. He even felt that there was a huge gap between him and the Heaven's Pride of the state prefecture of Qing. Not to mention him, even if 3 or 5 of him went up together, they would not be a match for him. Number 21 and 22 are definitely impossible to challenge. I can only choose those who are closer to the top and whom I have confidence in. After number 30 entered, he began to look for his target. Finally, he locked on to number 24. However, he failed the challenge. He could only continue to hold his number 30 token obediently. Are all of you so insidious? This number 24 didn't seem to be stronger than me earlier. I didn't expect him to be so strong against me. At that instant, the 30th ranked genius was in a very bad mood. Number 29. However, Lin Donglai didn't care about number 30's feelings. When number 30 was about to leave, Lin Donglai asked number 29 to enter. One by one, people entered the arena to challenge. Some succeeded while others failed. As time passed, it was soon Ma Qihong's turn on the 22nd contestant. When Ma Qihong entered the arena, many people thought that he would forfeit. Now, he only had 2 choices. Either he fought Yuan Mou on the 21st or he forfeited. The second option would allow them to preserve their strength. The first choice was to fight Yuan Moyu, and that would put him in danger of being injured. The number 22 was actually a little awkward in this 7 prefectures feast ranking battle, because he could only challenge number 21, and couldn't surpass number 21 to challenge number 20. Forfeit. In the end, just as everyone had guessed, Ma Qihong chose to forfeit. In fact, this was his best choice. In fact, the patriarch of the Machi clan, Ma Qiyuning, had asked him to forfeit yesterday. Moreover, he knew this was his only choice. Yuan Mou would challenge number 21 in the next round, and he would enter the top 20 in the next round. After Ma Qihong forfeited, it was Yuan Mou's turn. Naturally, Yuan Mou would not forfeit. This was his chance to enter the top 20. If he forfeited, he would have to wait for the next round, and it would be meaningless. I don't seem to have any other choice. Number 20, it's your turn. Although number 20 was strong, he could only be unlucky when he encountered Yuan Mou. Yuan Mouyu's one strike completely routed all of his means, defeating him. Yuan Mou had entered the top 20. He had the right to challenge number 11 in the next round. As long as he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the top 10 in the next round. Elder Zhen. At the Pure Sun sect side, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but ask Zhen Pingfan. There seems to be a slight loophole in the rules of this ranking battle. If a few people from our Pure Sun sect obtain the number 10 command token and send the strongest person to guard the door at number 10 and prevent the people behind from entering the top 10, then wouldn't our Pure Sun sect be able to directly obtain a few positions in the top 10 in the end? That's indeed the case. Jinping Fan nodded and then said, however, if there's someone with extraordinary strength who's blocked from entering the top 10 because of the rules, according to the earliest rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, he might have a chance to enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There was a way to enter the top 10? From what we know of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast, there's no mention of this, right? Duan Lingtian asked. He racked his brains but couldn't remember such a rule. This rule has always been there, but it's not applicable, so gradually no one mentioned it. However, once the situation you mentioned occurs, this rule will also come into play. Zhen Pingfan said. What rule? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan didn't keep him in suspense. If such a situation occurs, the young prodigies who are blocked out of the top 10 and the forces behind them can apply to challenge anyone in the top 10. However, they have to pay 1 million liang of divine crystals or treasures, worth no less than 1 million liang of divine crystals as an entry fee. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. And the 1 million liang of divine crystals they pay is an extra reward for the champion of the 7 Prefectures Feast. Of course, as long as they enter the top 10 using this method, they can continue to fight for the top 3. If they feel that the third place is deliberately creating obstacles to prevent them from entering the top 3, if they and the forces behind them have any objections, they can spend another 10 million liang of divine crystals to challenge the first or second place. The 10 million liang of divine crystals will also become the reward for the champion. Jinping Fan paused for a moment before he continued. In other words, if they have the ability to obtain the first place, the divine crystals they pay will return to them in the end. If they don't obtain the first place, even if they obtain the second place, the divine crystals will become the extra reward for the champion. However, such a situation usually doesn't occur. First of all, the competition for the numbered tokens also depends on one's strength. If a person from a force isn't strong enough, it'll be very difficult for them to obtain the numbered tokens at the top. Of course, there's also the possibility of people from different forces working together. Under such circumstances, the rule I mentioned earlier is also a way for those who are blocked to bypass the gatekeepers and move forward. It's precisely because of this rule that the situation you mentioned has never occurred in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Later on, unless they specifically ask about it, even the higher-ups of the major forces don't mention this rule to the juniors, unless the juniors have doubts about it. After listening to Jin Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the 7 Prefectures Feast. If there was such a rule, there would be no need to worry about people intentionally blocking the path. While Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan were communicating through voice transmission, another 2 people went up one after another. One of them successfully challenged his target while the other failed. As time passed, it was soon the turn of number 11 who had not been challenged. It was He Yushi, the prodigy of the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Haoshen sect. He Yushi was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion before Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion revealed his strength. However, at this moment he was in an awkward position. He could only challenge number 10. As for number 10, Wang Xiong, who had defeated him in the previous round, there was no need for him to challenge him at all. Moreover, he was not qualified to challenge Wang Xiong since he had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. For this reason, when it was He Yushi's turn, Lin Donglai, the MC, skipped over him and looked at Wang Xiong from the Han Mountain Mansion. Number 10, please enter the arena. After Wang Xiong entered the arena, the emotions of the spectators, who were initially low, were completely lifted at this moment. Who do you think Wang Xiong will challenge? The person in front of Wang Xiong is number 9, Yang Qinya. His strength is extraordinary, and it's obvious he's stronger than the prodigy from number 8. As for the people in front of him, apart from the prodigy from number 4, the rest are not pushovers. I think he'll challenge one of the prodigies from the famous mansion. Both number 8 and number 4 are prodigies from the famous mansion like him. Moreover, both of them are known as the peerless twin prodigies in the famous mansion. They're widely acknowledged as the two most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the famous mansion. If he defeats both of them today, even if he only defeats one of them, he'll be recognized as the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. I think he'll challenge number 8 and number 4 as well. I wonder what he'll choose. If he challenges number 4, he might be challenged by the people behind him. I think it's safer for him to challenge number 8, right? If he challenges number 8 and becomes the new number 8, Yang Qianye will definitely challenge number 4 or forfeit. At that time, he'll be safe and won't have to worry about being challenged by the other prodigies. At this moment, the crowd was clearly worried about Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, on the other hand, was mentally exhausted. Is it so easy to guess what I'm thinking? Finally, Wang Xiong spoke, challenging the number 8, the young man who was also a heaven's chosen of the great manor, one of the twin prides of the great manor's younger generation. Senior brother Wang Xiong. If senior brother Wang Xiong defeats him, he'll be the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the famous mansion. When the Sky Pride from the famous mansion entered the arena, many people from the famous mansion's Han Mountain residence had their eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Chapter 40-48. In the past, Wang Xiong was not well known in the famous prefecture. Even in the cold mountain residence, he was not well known. Although many people knew of his existence, they thought he was just an ordinary genius. However, they did not expect Wang Xiong to display strength beyond their imagination in the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. This made them realize that Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength in the past. Perhaps it was for the sake of shocking everyone in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. Previously, when Wang Xiong was selected as a seated contestant, the group of prodigies from the cold mountain residence were actually somewhat stunned. It was only when Wang Xiong displayed his strength that they realized he was not as simple as they thought. Wang Xiong had been hiding his strength all along. If a few prodigies from the cold mountain residence were unconvinced when they first found out Wang Xiong was selected as a seated contestant, then after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, they were completely convinced. In fact, when they saw Wang Xiong advancing all the way and even entering the top 10, they felt proud that their cold mountain residence had such a prodigy. As members of the cold mountain residence, they were bound together in this grand banquet organized by the 7 prefectures. Wang Xiong, I've never heard of someone like you in the cold mountain residence before. You've really hidden your strength well. One of the peerless prodigies of the famous prefecture looked at Wang Xiong and said solemnly. As one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation in the famous prefecture, he was usually arrogant. Unless it was the most outstanding prodigies of the various forces in the famous prefecture, he basically did not know anyone else. Not only did he not know Wang Xiong in the past, he had never even heard of him. However, today, someone he had never heard of in the famous prefecture wanted to challenge him. If the other party succeeded in the challenge, he would no longer be the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation in the famous prefecture. I, Wang Xiong, am just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me, senior brother Leng. Wang Xiong said with a slight smile. A nobody? The other party was first stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. A nobody can obtain a number token to enter the top 20 in the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? A nobody can enter the top 10 in the first round of the 7 prefectures grand banquet ranking tournament? Judging from the other party's expression, he was obviously somewhat shocked by Wang Xiong. However, after a moment he took a deep breath. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's determine the victor. I also want to see the strength of our great mansion's hidden genius. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was already wrapped in divine power, and the profundities of law flashed out in an instant. At the same time, his entire body exuded an awe-inspiring might. In the next instant, at the same time he finished speaking, his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Wang Xiong, choosing to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wang Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated, especially Wang Xiong's terrifying defense. Even he might not be able to completely break through it in a short period of time. Boom! Rumble! Wang Xiong and one of the two peerless geniuses from the famous prefecture battled each other, causing shockwaves to sweep across the surroundings. However, both of them were easily annihilated by Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Prefectures banquet. With Lin Donglai, a middle god emperor, around, even if they were to attack others, it would be difficult for them to injure others, let alone the residual power of their attacks. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses are indeed worthy of their reputation. Previously, one of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th was defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly. I initially thought that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses were only SOSO. Now, it seems like he might not be weak. Instead, it might be that Luo Yuan is too strong. Now, based on the strength of the other of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses, it's clear that the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th isn't weak. The only reason he was defeated so quickly was because Luo Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly and didn't want to waste too much energy. Now, the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th had made a move. While surprising everyone, it had also cleared the name of the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th. After all, the two of them had similar strength and were equally famous in the famous prefecture. As for the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 4th, after being defeated by Luo Yuan and hearing the mockery of the crowd, his expression finally turned for the better. See that? It's not that I'm too weak, it's that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was only defeated by Luo Yuan so quickly because I was careless. If I had known that he would unleash his strength so quickly, I wouldn't have been careless. I would definitely have been able to last more than 10 moves against him. However, the two of us might not be a match for Wang Xiong. The famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked equally with the famous prefecture's peerless geniuses ranked 8th said with a sigh. Initially, I was hoping to make it into the top 3. Now, it seems like I'll be lucky if I can even make it into the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong, and Yang Qinya is very strong as well. It's almost impossible for the others to win. Moreover, Yuan Mayu and Ma Qihong have yet to make it into the top 10. If we're not a match for Wang Xiong, 8 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. If we're not a match for Yang Qinya, 9 of the top 10 spots will be taken away. Moreover, before Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Consonance Mansion appeared, there's still He Yushi, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Consonance Mansion. I'm not confident I can defeat He Yushi. I'm sure he isn't as confident as I am. The top 10. This is going to be troublesome. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. While the famous prefecture's peerless genius was lost in his thoughts, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly saw the famous prefecture's peerless genius attacking him fiercely. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw this, the famous prefecture's peerless genius activated his bloodline power. Similarly, Wang Xiong activated his bloodline power. After 3 moves, the famous prefecture's peerless genius was injured. However, his injuries were not serious. On the other hand, Wang Xiong's complexion only changed a little. I admit defeat. When the famous prefecture's peerless genius saw Wang Xiong charging at him again as though he was on steroids, the famous prefecture's peerless genius finally admitted defeat. He did not dare to continue. If he continued, he was not confident he could win. Moreover, he might be severely injured, which would affect his performance later on. There's no hope of making it into the top 3, but we have to make it into the top 10. This was also the warning that the leader of the famous prefecture's peerless genius behind him had given him. He did not want him to continue fighting if he knew he was no match for Wang Xiong. He did not want to lose the big picture. He won. Senior brother Wang Xiong won. Following Wang Xiong's victory, the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residence was in an uproar. Their Cold Mountain residence had produced an amazing person who had overshadowed the peerless duo. From today onwards, the #1 genius of the famous prefecture's younger generation would belong to their Cold Mountain residence. With Wang Xiong's strength, he will definitely be in the top 10. As a spectator, Duan Lingtian personally witnessed Wang Xiong's strength that he had not displayed before. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead. Although the beads of sweat were instantly evaporated by Wang Xiong's divine energy, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch a glimpse of it at that moment. Obviously, even if Wang Xiong did not use his full strength this time, he was close to using it. After Wang Xiong defeated the famous prefecture's peerless genius, he exchanged serial tokens with the famous prefecture's peerless genius and entered the 8th place. At this moment, it was the famous prefecture's peerless genius' turn to issue a challenge. Will Yang Qianye forfeit? Although Yang Qianye had displayed extraordinary strength previously, in the eyes of the crowd, Yang Qianye was at most on the same level as the famous prefecture's peerless duo. The person in front of him now was only slightly weaker than the famous prefecture's peerless genius. If he was not confident in defeating his opponent, forfeiting was undoubtedly the best choice. Number 4. Just when most people thought that Yang Qianye would forfeit after entering the arena, including many disciples of the Chunyang school, Yang Qianye opened his mouth and issued a challenge to the peerless genius. He did not forfeit. For a moment, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was out of many people's expectations. Yang Qianye hasn't used his full strength yet? Many people secretly guessed. Following that, when the peerless genius from the famous prefecture entered the arena and fought with Yang Qianye, their guesses were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Qianye had not used his full strength previously. Now, he had displayed even more strength than before and defeated the peerless genius from the famous prefecture. Yang Qianye's strength is not inferior to Wang Xiong's. I just don't know if this is their full strength. If I remember correctly, Yang Qianye is also from the Chunyang school in Tongling province, right? This time, there are 2 monsters in the Chunyang school in Tongling province. Duan Lingtian is still fine since he's mentally prepared, but where did Yang Qianye come from? I've never heard of his name before. Unlike the Duan Lingtian who had been famous in the 7 prefectures for a long time, Yang Qianye's name was probably only known by some people from the top forces in Tongling province. This was because those people had planned to recruit Yang Qianye. Of course, they had only sent ordinary elders to contact Yang Qianye. No one had expected Yang Qianye to grow to such an extent. My grand disciple seems to have sent someone to contact Yang Qianye. According to him, although Yang Qianye's talent and comprehension are good, he's only above average in the 7 Kills Valley. How did he become so strong? One of the god emperors from the 7 Kills Valley said in confusion. The people from the 7 Kills Valley were not the only ones who were confused. The people from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, and the Machi clan were also confused. That supreme divine dwelling allowed Yang Qianye to grow to such a level in such a short time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian only had one thought in his mind at this moment. The divine abode. He would have a chance to enter the divine abode after the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. If Yang Qianye had improved so much after entering the divine abode, who knew if he would improve even more? Chapter 40-49. Now, it was not only the people from the various prefectures who were shocked by Yang Qianye's strength. Even the higher-ups of Chunyang school, including Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, were either shocked or surprised. At the same time, many people subconsciously turned to look at Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, the Jade Void Elder of Pingshang's branch. Yuan Hanjin was Yang Qianye's master. Now, some of them even looked at Yuan Hanjin with envy and jealousy. Yuan Hanjin himself was smiling, but he did not seem surprised. It was as if he had known Yang Qianye's strength for a long time. Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that you already knew Yang Qianye's strength. A Jade Void Elder of Chunyang School looked at Yuan Hanjin and said with a sigh. Yuan Hanjin smiled when he heard this. I just found out. This time, this good-for-nothing disciple of mine has given me quite a pleasant surprise. Hearing Yuan Hanjin say that Yang Qianye was a good-for-nothing disciple, the group of Chunyang School elders present began to curse Yuan Hanjin secretly. If this disciple was a good-for-nothing, what was the point of their disciple? Was he a good-for-nothing? Elder Yuan Hanjin, it seems that Yang Qianye also has a chance to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast this time. If this is true, with Duan Lingtian, our Chunyang school will have 2 people in the top 10 this time. Another Chunyang school elder sighed and said, at that time, our Chunyang school will get at least 4 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. At least 5 places. The Chunyang school elder who spoke first said very confidently, Duan Lingtian will definitely be in the top 3. As long as Yang Qianye can keep his place in the top 10, our Chunyang school will get at least 5 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land. Now, the group of Chunyang school elders was obviously excited. At least 5 places. If there were so many places, even some of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place would have a chance to enter the secret realm of the Holy Land this time. Whether it was the juniors of the Jingshu elders who had no hope of getting a place or the Chunyang school elders who had nothing to do with them, they were now happy for them. For most of the Chunyang school elders, the more intermediate god emperors entered the secret realm of the Holy Land, the greater the possibility of the emergence of an advanced god emperor. And the moment their pure sun sect gave birth to a high-level god emperor, they would officially become the number 1 power in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture. That would only be good for them and not bad for them. Yang Qianye is so strong. However, the group of pure sun sect disciples present were all extremely shocked when they saw Yang Qianye return, because no one knew that Yang Qiu Yuyang was this strong. Even the disciples of the Ping Sheng branch were dumbfounded at this time. How could there be such a powerful person in the Ping Sheng branch? Moreover, this person was not an unknown person. Usually, he was right in front of them, but they did not take him seriously because they thought that he was only a lower god emperor and his strength was far inferior to theirs. They did not expect that in this 7 prefectures feast, this person had not only stepped into the realm of a middle god emperor, but also consolidated his cultivation and showed amazing profundities of the law. His strength had completely crushed them. The Ping Shang branch's geniuses had complicated expressions at this time. As for the pure sun sect disciples who originally wanted to ask these heavens prides of Ping Shang about Yang Qianye, saw from their expressions that they didn't know how strong Yang Qianye was before. However, some of them could not help but ask these geniuses about Yang Qianye. However, their understanding of Yang Qianye was only that he was a disciple of Yuan Hanjin and a lower god emperor. Now Yang Qianye was also a stranger to them. Congratulations! After Yang Qianye returned, Duan Lingtian looked at him and congratulated him through sound transmission. Yang Qianye looked at Duan Lingtian and said through sound transmission, although you are not as good as me now, I believe that one day, I will catch up to you. At that time, maybe I will continue to think about avenging Du Qianjun and Du Pejun brothers. Yang Qianye said in a low voice, then I will wait for you to avenge them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not explain. The deaths of Du Qianjun and Du Pejun were not directly related to him. If they really wanted to get to the bottom of it, the deaths of the Du brothers were related to him. At this moment, Yang Qianye was the center of attention. However, when the host of the 7 prefectures feast, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect spoke, everyone turned their attention to him. Number 7 will enter. Yang Qianye was number 9. After his challenge, it should be number 8's turn to enter. However, because number 8 was Wang Xiong, who had jumped up from number 10 earlier, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he was directly skipped. Number 7 was still the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, Lin Yuan. This time, after Lin Yuan entered, many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. Because Lin Yuan had forfeited in the previous round, he did not make a move. It was also because he did not forfeit in the previous 2 rounds that many people were looking forward to him challenging the person in front of him. However, when Lin Yuan spoke, the little hope that rose in their hearts was directly strangled in the cradle. I forfeit. Lin Yuan forfeited. As for the reason, he did not explain, but everyone present knew that he must have the same idea as the previous round. He wanted to wait until the top 10 was confirmed before making a move. For now, he would save his energy. Number 6. Lin Yuan forfeited. It was number 6's turn, Tuoba Xiu of the Yuan clan of the Earth Underworld Mansion. After Tuoba Xiu went up, He looked at Yang Qinya, who was number 4, a few more times and ultimately forfeited like Lin Yuan. Number 5 was next. Number 5 was the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa, Shimin. In the previous round, he was challenged by Yang Qinya and ended in a draw. It was also at that time that he, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's puppet villa, officially appeared in front of everyone. Like Yang Qinya, Shimin used to be a nobody in the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. Many people guessed that Shimin was a prodigy secretly cultivated by the puppet villa in order to compete for the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast. I forfeit. Shimin chose to forfeit. However, before he left, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Shimin and saw that Shimin glanced at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. This gaze made Duan Lingtian very puzzled. Do I know him? If I don't know him, why is he looking at me with such a gaze? This question did not last long. As number 3 entered the arena, Duan Lingtian's attention was drawn again. As for number 4, it was Yang Qinya who had advanced earlier. Like Wang Xiong, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone in this round, as he had already used up all his previous chances. Number 3, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaves sect of the Tianjin Prefecture. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan had advanced from number 4 in the previous round. According to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he could only challenge number 3. In this round, as number 3, he was qualified to challenge number 2 and number 1. Number 2 was Han Di from the Qi Tian sect of the Consonance Prefecture. Number 1 was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was also curious as to whether Luo Yuan would challenge him or Han Di. I forfeit. However, his curiosity wasn't dispelled just because Luo Yuan had chosen to forfeit the battle. As long as Luo Yuan did not fall out of the top 3, it was only a matter of time before he challenged either him or Han Di. The second round of the ranking battle has ended. After Luo Yuan forfeited, Lin Donglai announced loudly under the disappointed gazes of many people. The third round of the ranking battle will continue tomorrow. Now all of you may disperse. Luo Yuan's forfeit in the second round of the ranking battle signified the end of the competition. Under normal circumstances, it should be number 2's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, number 2 had lost to Duan Lingtian, who was currently number 1 in the previous round, so he no longer had the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian. So long as Duan Lingtian did not lose to anyone else, he would no longer have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian in the upcoming 7 prefectures feast. Unless Duan Lingtian was defeated by someone else and Luo Yuan defeated him in the end. Under such circumstances, according to the rules of the 7 prefectures feast, he would once again have the opportunity to challenge Duan Lingtian. After all, some people would always find a way to break through under a certain amount of pressure. This was not a rare occurrence. In fact, it had happened many times in the history of the 7 prefectures feast. As the crowd dispersed, a majority of them still felt somewhat unsatisfied. However, even more people were looking forward to the next day. Tomorrow, the third round of the 7 prefectures feast ranking battle would begin. Of course, there were also some people who were not looking forward to it. They felt that it would be difficult for the top 10 to continue fighting. Based on the current situation, the only thing worth seeing tomorrow is Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect getting into the top 10. As for Machi Hong from the Machi clan in the East Ridge Prefecture, he will be able to advance to the 21st position tomorrow. If Machi Hong can enter 20th place in the 4th round, he will have to wait until the 6th round before he can enter the top 10. When that time comes, the top 10 will basically be decided. That's right. After a few rounds, the weak will definitely be eliminated from the top 10. Do you guys think that the exceptional duo from the famous prefectures will be able to stay in the top 10? I think it's almost impossible. Currently, there are 8 people in the top 10 who are definitely stronger than them. Duan Lingtian, Han Di, Luo Yuan, Yang Qinya, Tuoba Xiu, Lin Yuan, Shimin. Can they be stronger than Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu? I think so too. The top 10 will be decided after the 2 of them are eliminated, and Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu will enter. Over the next few days, the last few rounds of the 7 prefectures ranking tournament were completed. Just as many people had guessed on the day the second round ended, the top 10 were completely determined and unshakable. These 10 people from top to bottom were: Number 1, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Han Di. Number 3, Luo Yuan. Number 4, Yuan Moyu. Number 5, Shimin. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu. Number 7, Lin Yuan. Number 8, Wang Xiong. Number 9, Yang Qianye. Number 10, Ma Qihong. Chapter 40-50. While the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast was decided, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, the forces behind the 2 peerless prides were greatly disappointed this time. They never would have thought that their people wouldn't even be able to get into the top 11. Initially, they thought that they would at least be able to get a place in the top 10. However, they did not expect that there would be so many unexpected and unstable factors in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Many forces had hidden prodigies who were not well known in the past. They only showed their strength after the 7 prefectures feast this time and shocked everyone. I thought that Yang Qianye from the pure Yang sect would be able to secure 4th place when the top 10 were confirmed. Who would have thought that Yuan Moyu from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing would challenge him and defeat him? Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 7 prefectures feast with the Chunyang school group when he heard many whispers from the other forces who had just arrived. Yesterday, Yuan Moyu, the prodigy from Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, who had obtained the number 9 token, challenged Yang Qianye directly when everyone thought he was going to forfeit. After 30 moves, Yuan Moyu gained the upper hand and injured Yang Qianye. Then Yang Qianye admitted defeat. Yang Qianye might not admit defeat himself. Before he admitted defeat, he glanced in the direction of Chunyang School. Obviously, someone from Chunyang School told him to admit defeat. Not only did the other forces think so, but Duan Lingtian also thought so. This did not mean that Yang Qianye was someone who did not care about the big picture, but he did not seem like someone who would admit defeat under such circumstances. Because Yuan Moyu had defeated Yang Qianye, Yang Qianye's ranking was replaced by Yuan Moyu, and Yang Qianye himself returned to 9th place. Previously, he was the holder of the number 9 token. When everyone from the various prefectures and forces had arrived, Elder Lin Donglai of Xuanyu Prefecture's Flame Howling sect stood in the air above the 7 prefectures feast and scanned the surroundings indifferently. The ranking battle of the 7 prefectures feast. Is there anyone who is not satisfied with the current rankings? Is there anyone who wants to pay a price and challenge the top 10? Lin Donglai asked as soon as he spoke. In the beginning, many people didn't know what he meant because the upper echelons of many forces didn't mention this to the geniuses on their side. Because there was basically no need to do so, unless someone deliberately blocked the path at the 10th place. But now, the 10th place belonged to Ma Qihong of the Machi family in Tungleng province. Moreover, there was no one from the Machi family in the top 10, let alone anyone weaker than him in the Machi family. Who was he blocking the way for? Although blocking the way didn't have to be for the people from their own faction, it could also be for the people from other factions in their own prefecture. However, the other 2 people from Tungleng province who were in the top 10 were Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Yang Qianye from Chunyang School. Their strength was obvious to all, so it was understandable that they were in the top 10. Under these circumstances, there was naturally no one who applied to break the rules. If they did, then what was the difference between that and giving divine crystals to the winner of the 7 prefectures banquet? You can do that? I didn't know there was such a rule. This way, it'll prevent people from blocking the way with malicious intent. I was wondering if we could take advantage of the loophole in the 7 prefectures feast and pay a certain price to find a powerhouse to block the way for the weaker ones to stay in the top 10. But now, it seems like I'm indulging in fantasy. The 7 prefectures feast has been held for many years. The seniors in the past weren't fools. If there was a loophole, they would have taken advantage of it long ago. Once someone takes advantage of it, they'll definitely improve it next time. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself. Are the seniors in the past dumber than you? After all, no one was blocking the way on purpose. Therefore, when Lin Donglai finished speaking, no one said that they would pay a price to challenge the top 10. Since no one has any objections, the rankings from the 11th to the 30th place can be considered as settled. The previous rounds of challenges have basically determined the rankings for the later rounds. Next, we'll have the final battle to determine the top 10. So far, among the top 10, only Duan Lingtian has defeated Han Di and Yuan Moyu has defeated Yang Qinya. As for the rest, Yang Qinya and Shimin have fought once and ended in a draw. They can challenge again next time. However, if Han Di wants to challenge Duan Lingtian again, he'll have to defeat both Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian before he can issue another challenge. It's the same for Yang Qinya if he wants to challenge Yuan Moyu again. After hearing Lin Donglai's words, the onlookers perked up because they knew the most exciting part of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin. Next, it would be the long-awaited battle for the top 10. Right now, the people in the top 10 were those 10 people. Among these 10 people, only a few of them had exchanged blows with each other. As for the others, they had yet to exchange blows with each other. We'll be able to see the battle between Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan and Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Tianjin prefecture soon. I'm looking forward to the battle between these two geniuses nurtured by the prefecture. Many people were talking about this. In their opinion, the other geniuses only had high comprehension abilities and resources. However, the gap between them and the other geniuses was more in terms of talent and comprehension abilities. Apart from that, they did not think they would lose much in terms of other aspects, apart from their own fortuitous encounters. However, Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu were said to have been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture. Although everyone knew that their talent and comprehension abilities were definitely very powerful, due to the fact that they had been nurtured with the resources of an entire prefecture, many people felt envious and jealous. They were all very curious as to exactly how powerful they were. As for their previous attacks, everyone knew that they had held back and had not used their full strength. I'm looking forward to the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian is too strong. I wonder if he'll still be able to stand in first place. Some people were interested in the battle between Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu, while others were interested in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tuoba Xiu. I'm looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Yang Qinya. Among the top 10 geniuses, the two of them should be the weakest. I'm curious to see who will be last. It's only because Ma Qihong entered the top 10 yesterday. Otherwise, he would have advanced further. Ma Qihong will be the first to issue a challenge. Who do you think he'll challenge? Yang Qinya? Wang Xiong? I think he'll challenge Yang Qinya. After all, Yang Qinya has just been eliminated by Yuan Moyu and is injured. Even if he recovers, he won't be as aggressive as before. After all, he has been defeated before. As the crowd chatted, they quickly shifted the topic to Ma Qihong. They were curious as to whether Ma Qihong, who was going to start the battle for the top 10 rankings in the 7-mansion banquet, would choose to challenge Yang Qinya or Wang Xiong. After all, in their opinion, Wang Xiong and Yang Qinya were the weakest among them. At the same time, He Yushi stood in the Clear God Sex area of the Spirit Rhino Mansion with a complicated expression on his face. As the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Spirit Rhino Mansion before Han Di had appeared, He Yushi had always been very proud. Even after Han Di had appeared and he was not as good as Han Di, he did not lose his confidence. He knew he had no hope of entering the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet this time. However, he felt he would definitely be in the top 10. Who would have thought he would be stopped at the 11th place? That was right, the 11th place. After the 2 peerless geniuses of the famous mansion were kicked out of the top 10, they were defeated by He Yushi one after another. Currently, they were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. Like He Yushi, they were not fated to enter the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet. The Pure Sun sect will definitely be able to obtain at least 4 spots this time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian will most likely be able to enter the top 3. If he enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. Do they really need so many spots? Many of the higher-ups from the various mansions glanced at Chunyang School from time to time. Their faces were full of envy and jealousy. Chunyang School could be said to be in the limelight this time, No other mansion had been in the limelight as much as Chunyang School this time. Conservatively speaking, if Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, Chunyang School will have 5 spots. If Duan Lingtian enters the first place, Chunyang School will have 6 spots. 6 spots. Maybe this time, Chunyang School will auction off 1 or 2 spots. Chunyang School might not be able to handle 6 spots. Many of the higher-ups from the various forces communicated telepathically with each other. Their eyes lit up one after another. This time, they might have a chance to get a spot from Chunyang School. Of course, they definitely did not dare to think about more. At this time, many people had already begun to contact the patriarchs of the families and sects behind them, asking them to contact Chunyang School. Only by making preparations and taking action early could they be ahead of the curve. At least 4 spots? As long as Duan Lingtian enters the top 3, there will be 5 spots. If he enters the first place, there will be 6 spots. As for Chunyang School, the group of decision-makers, including the sect leader, were also shocked when they heard the news from the venue of the 7 Mansions Feast. Duan Lingtian entering the top 10 was within their expectations. Before the 7 Mansions Feast began, they even thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance to enter the top 3. However, after the hidden prodigies of the various forces in the 7 mansions had revealed their strength, they had received the news that Duan Lingtian could enter the top 10. However, what they did not expect was that Duan Lingtian had hidden his strength. Once again, there was hope for him to enter the top 3. In fact, there was a great chance. However, the one who surprised them the most was Yang Qinya. Yang Qinya had entered the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Feast. This was something that not only the decision-makers of Chunyang School, but also the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, Yuan Pingsheng, who was also the father of Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, had never expected. You let him enter the divine abode? When Yuan Pingxing heard about this, he immediately sent a message to his son. His tone was cold. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't let your disciples die? Chapter 4051. Father, how do you know about the ultimate divine abode? Yuan Hanjin, who was at the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, received his father's message. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Although his father knew that he had discovered a place that contained both danger and opportunity, his father had never told him about it. However, he had never told his father that it was an omnipotent divine palace. In the past, when his disciples died, his father thought it was an accident and did not pursue the matter. However, as his disciples died one by one, his father began to suspect something. At that time, he could only say that he had discovered a place of opportunity. If he could survive, he might be able to nurture a higher god emperor for his family. However, even if he said that, his father still warned him not to send his disciples to their deaths. Humph! Yuan Pingxing snorted coldly. I guessed it back then, but I was too lazy to mention it. There are opportunities in the ultimate divine abode, but if someone with an unstable temperament enters, he will definitely die. That's why I warned you not to send your disciples to their deaths. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would send a new disciple in again. Although Yang Qinya's talent and comprehension are not bad, under normal circumstances, even if he had a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to improve so much, unless he came out of the ultimate divine abode alive. Hearing Yuan Pingxing's words, Yuan Hanjin laughed and said, Father is wise. Father, didn't I succeed this time? Look at him, he even made it to the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Even if he only ranks 10th, he can still obtain 2 places for our Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land secret zone. At that time, one of them will definitely be yours, Father. Yuan Hanjin said. Yuan Pingsheng was silent for a moment when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. After a while, he sighed. Child, I've already told you that the Holy Land secret zone might not be useful to me. I haven't even touched the threshold of a higher god emperor. Even if I enter the Holy Land secret zone, I won't be able to gain anything. In the history of the 7 prefectures, many middle god emperors like me who haven't touched the threshold of a higher god emperor have entered the Holy Land secret zone, but none of them have successfully broken through. It's a waste to give me a place, Yuan Pingsheng said. At this time, Yuan Pingsheng's tone had also become much calmer. After all, this son of his was also concerned about him, hoping that he could break through and become a upper divine lord. Father, even if you can't break through, it's still good to have some gains, Yuan Hanjin said solemnly. Although you acted as if nothing had happened during the previous heavenly tribulation, I noticed that you were injured. Hearing this, Yuan Pingsheng fell silent again. After a while, he changed the topic. Yang Chenya's father, did you have anything to do with the death of Lan Qing, the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect? Hearing this question, Yuan Hanjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly responded, Father, what are you talking about? How could this have anything to do with me? Right now, both the Myriad Demon sect and Chenya are convinced that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, is behind this. Chenya is now targeting Long Qingchong for revenge. It is also because of this that he was able to come out of the most powerful divine abode alive. Before Yuan Hanjin could finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Pingsheng. Someone has already investigated this matter some time ago. At least, the person who investigated it has already confirmed that you weren't in the Chunyang school when Yang Chenya's father died. Do you think that others will believe it even if I believe that it's just a coincidence? When Yuan Pingsheng reached the end of his sentence, his tone obviously became gloomy. Yuan Hanjin's expression also changed completely. Someone is actually investigating this matter? Could it be that someone is suspecting me? Who is that person? Father, do you know who it is? Yuan Hanjin asked in a deep voice. I can only be sure that it's one of the other Void Pierce stage experts. Void Pierce stage experts. They were Void Pierce stage elders. In the Chunyang school, all Void Pierce stage elders were middle divine emperors without exception. When Yuan Hanjin heard his father's words, his expression changed again. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu, who were not far away. Could it be them? Or perhaps it's the other Void Pierce stage elders in the sect. Now, tell me the truth. Do you have anything to do with his father's death? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to help you even if I wanted during a critical moment. Now, if you tell me the truth, I can still think of a way for you. Yuan Pingsheng's tone became much more serious. Why? Are you still worried that I, as your father, will harm you? Hearing Yuan Pingsheng's words, Yuan Hanjin's psychological barrier was instantly broken. After remaining silent for a while, he said, Father, I killed his father with my own hands. However, it shouldn't be a problem. I imitated the technique in the mirror image that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, used in the past and killed his father. Moreover, I even recorded the scene and left the floating image pearl in the Myriad Devil sect. They also saw it. For this matter, I should be considered to have done a flawless job, Yuan Hanjin said. Flawless? After hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yuan Pingsheng did not seem surprised. Obviously, he had already guessed that it was his son who did it. What you did now is not enough. It's still far from enough. However, I hope this will be the last time. After saying that, Yuan Pingsheng did not send any more messages to Yuan Hanjin. As for Yuan Hanjin, seeing that his father did not blame him further, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not know that just as he let out a sigh of relief, his father, Yuan Pingsheng, walked out of Pingsheng Island, where the Pingsheng clan lived, and left the Chunyang school. After leaving the Chunyang school, he headed in a certain direction, in the direction of the Tianlong clan, entering the venue on the 10th. As Lin Donglai's voice spread, the originally noisy scene of the 7 prefectures banquet suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone's gaze followed a figure as he entered the venue. On the 10th, Machi Hong of the Machi clan of Tungling province entered the venue. Do they think I'll challenge Yang Chenye or Wang Xiong? Machi Hong's eyes darkened. Do they all think that I, Machi Hong, am only worthy of competing with Yang Chenye and Wang Xiong? After taking a deep breath, Machi Hong's gaze fell in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Then he said calmly, I challenge number 4. Number 4 was Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. Yuan Moyu was also a hidden genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. In the past, few people knew of his existence. It was only recently that he showed his amazing strength in the sect of Heaven's Roar. In the face of Ma Qihong's challenge, Yuan Moyu broke through the air at the right time. He looked neither happy nor sad, like an old monk who had seen through the mortal world. As Ma Qihong challenged Yuan Moyu stepped out in the air, causing an uproar in the crowd. Is Ma Qihong challenging Yuan Moyu? Is he trying to reach the 4th place in one go? Yang Qianye may not have recovered yet. It's more rational for him to challenge Yang Qianye, right? I think he has his eyes on the 4th place. I think so too. A group of people whispered among themselves, and their voices fell into Ma Qihong's ears. It made the haze in the depths of Ma Qihong's eyes dissipate. It seemed that he had made the right choice after all. Yuan Moyu defeated Yang Qianye. Now I challenge Yuan Moyu. Yang Qianye is not worthy of being compared to me. Ma Qihong, I've heard a lot about you. When Yuan Moyu entered the arena, he was neither happy nor sad. However, when he confronted Ma Qihong, a rare faint smile appeared on his face. You used to be the top genius of the younger generation in Tongling province. In fact, Yuan Moyu was just making a casual remark. The others did not sense any malice in Yuan Moyu's words. However, when Ma Qihong heard it, it was no different from sarcasm. He was so angry that killing intent rose in the depths of his eyes. The genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar of the state capital of Qing. I've long wanted to spar with you. I'm just curious if the most outstanding genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar, which has an upper god emperor, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar. When Ma Qihong finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Yuan Moyu heard Ma Qihong's words, he could not help but frown. After a while, he realized that Ma Qihong had most likely misunderstood what he had said earlier. However, as a genius, he had the pride of a genius, so he did not bother to explain. Whether I, Yuan Moyu, will embarrass the sect of Heaven's Roar, you'll find out later. When Yuan Moyu responded to Ma Qihong, his tone was much colder and more indifferent. After a while, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. This time around, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed was clearly much stronger than before. Moreover, the moment he attacked, he relentlessly pursued Yuan Moyu, suppressing Yuan Moyu with a torrential barrage of attacks. Boom! Rumble! In the sky above the 7 prefectures' feast, the forces kept colliding with each other, causing a series of roars and terrifying airwaves to sweep out. When Lin Donglai blocked Ma Qihong, it also made a loud noise. After 10 moves, the two of them were evenly matched. After 20 moves, they were still evenly matched. The top genius of the younger generation in Tongling province really lives up to his reputation. Ma Qihong's strength is indeed very strong. Although I've heard of Yuan Moyu, the genius of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's really amazing. Judging from the current situation, it's hard to tell who will win in a short time. Ma Qihong has used his bloodline power. Yuan Moyu has also used his bloodline power. Under everyone's gazes, after 30 moves, Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu activated their bloodline power one after another, erupting with even greater power. The senior members of the Ma Qi family in Tongling province, led by Ma Qiyuning, the golden seat elder of the Ma Qi family, looked very solemn. The same was true for the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. If this continues, it will consume too much energy. Elder Yuning, what do you think? In the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing, a voice transmission was heard by Ma Qiyuning. Yes. Chapter 4052. The voice came from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and clearly reached Ma Qiyuning's ears. Ma Qiyuning immediately looked in the direction of the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture and exchanged glances with the leader of the sect of Heaven's Roar. I think so too. It was not difficult for Machi Yuning to guess why the other party said this to him through voice transmission. In fact, he had the same idea and was even prepared to send a voice transmission. Now that the other party had sent him a voice transmission, he would go with the flow. As for rejecting, impossible. Although the top 10 had been decided, he still hoped that Machi Hong could make it to the top 3. In that case, the Machi family would get 3 places this time. In that case, let's persuade the young people. When the voice from the sect of Heaven's Roar of Qingzhou Prefecture was heard again, it was obvious that they were relieved. Okay, Machi Yuning responded. Almost at the same time when the two of them stopped talking, they sent a voice transmission to Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu respectively. The two of them who were fighting fiercely subconsciously retreated when they received the sudden voice transmission. They did not continue to attack. Moreover, while retreating, they looked at each other vigilantly. Is the battle between you and me a draw? Yuan Moyu looked at Machi Hong and asked calmly. Of course, there was still some unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. After all, there was no clear winner between him and Machi Hong. Machi Hong was in a similar state now, but after hearing Yuan Moyu's words, he nodded. There is no clear winner for the time being. If you and I want to fight for the first place in the end, it won't be too late to decide the winner then. Machi Hong's words were undoubtedly flattering himself and Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu could not help but feel his ears burning. Is Machi Hong crazy? Is he still thinking about the first place? Not to mention the others. He knew that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School of Tongling Province. Did Machi Hong think that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep look at Machi Hong, Yuan Moyu turned around and left. As for Machi Hong, he also left. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not even ask for the opinion of the host, Lin Donglai. Of course, there was no need to ask. They could make their own decisions on such matters. Number 10 Machi Hong challenges number 4 Yuan Moyu, a draw. Before the crowd could regain their senses, Lin Donglai's voice had already spread out. At the same time, it had also awakened many people. A draw. It seems that they don't want to exhaust their strength prematurely. They all want to move forward. Actually, it's normal. With their strength, it would be abnormal if they didn't aim for the top 3. That's right. So far, it seems like only Yang Qinya and Shimin are fated to be in the top 3. Yang Qinya's strength was very clear at the moment, and Shimin's strength was about the same as his. As for Wang Xiong, for the time being, no one knows if he is hiding his strength. After all, no one has challenged him since he reached his current position. I think so too. There are others who might not have displayed their full strength. The battle between Machi Hong and Yuan Moyu ended in a draw. Although it was shocking, most people could still accept it. Therefore, they were not surprised. Soon after, Lin Donglai opened his mouth again and allowed number 9 to enter the arena. Everyone's eyes shifted to the people from Tongling Province's Chunyang School. Number 9 was Yang Qinya. Do you think, will Yang Qinya choose to forfeit or challenge someone else? I think he'll either forfeit or challenge Wang Xiong. I don't think he'll be able to defeat the others. I think so too. Moreover, if he challenges Wang Xiong, we'll know if Wang Xiong has been hiding his strength. If he has, he'll definitely show it to Yang Qinya this time. Now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to it. After Yang Qinya entered the arena, he opened his mouth under everyone's watchful eyes. Number 8. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people's eyes lit up. Number 8 was Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Hanshan residence in the Daming Mansion. Wang Xiong entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He drank from his wine gourd and looked at Yang Qinya with a smile. The prodigy of Chunyang School. I've seen Yi Yingxai's strength before. You're stronger than him. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to challenge Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School this time. Duan Lingtian was currently in the first place. If he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would have to make it to the 4th place and then defeat the top 3. Only then would he have a chance. Of course, there was another way. Even if Duan Lingtian fell to the 4th place, he would still have a chance to challenge him. I am me and they are them. Yang Qinya said lightly. Of course, I know that. Wang Xiong smiled. I just mentioned it casually. I don't mean to belittle you. However, you're indeed very strong. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to defeat you. As soon as Wang Xiong said this, many people were in an uproar. It seemed that Wang Xiong was really hiding his strength. Otherwise, where did he get the confidence to say that he could defeat Yang Qinya? When Yang Qinya heard Wang Xiong's words, his originally cold and calm face finally changed a little. However, the change was not big. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it at all. Let's start. Yang Qinya said indifferently. When Wang Xiong heard this, he grinned. I've always been a person who likes to defend. In my opinion, you should make the first move. Yang Qinya raised his eyebrows and did not talk nonsense with Wang Xiong anymore. In a flash, he turned into a gust of wind and blew toward Wang Xiong at an extremely fast speed. His figure flashed as fast as lightning. With a high-grade divine artifact in hand, he rushed toward Wang Xiong aggressively. As for Wang Xiong, like before, he made a move. The law of earth merged with his divine power and bloomed an extremely solid defense circle, blocking Yang Qinya's first round of attack. However, unlike the previous opponents, it was difficult to break his defense. As soon as Yang Qinya made a move, the defense formed by his attack was on the verge of collapse. Bang! 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 After Yang Qinya made a few moves, Wang Xiong's defense was shattered in less than 10 moves. This scene caused everyone's eyes to light up. It seems like Wang Xiong's defense is not unbreakable. It's just that his previous opponents were too weak and couldn't even break his defense. Defense is Wang Xiong's strongest technique. After all, he specializes in the law of earth. Previously, he relied on his defense to establish an advantage and defeat his opponents. Now that his defense is broken, will he be a match for Yang Qinya? I don't know. Let's continue watching. When Wang Xiong's defense was broken, many people who had previously thought highly of Wang Xiong began to waver. Could Wang Xiong really defeat Yang Qinya? Based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to come to a draw with Yang Qinya. However, after Wang Xiong's defense was broken through, the scene that unfolded caused their eyes to shrink in unison. Heavens, what did they just see? After Wang Xiong's defense was broken, the khaki halo around him turned into a dazzling golden color in just a blink of an eye. It was a complete contrast to the plain and unadorned appearance from before. This is the law of metal. Did Wang Xiong abandon the law of earth and switch to the law of metal? The law of earth he specializes in is the law of earth, right? Why did he abandon the law of earth and switch to the law of metal? What is he thinking? Many people thought Wang Xiong had lost his mind and was forced to do this. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. After Wang Xiong switched to the law of metal, his attack was even stronger than Yang Qinya's earlier attack. Moreover, after 3 moves, he was able to suppress Yang Qinya. This Wang Xiong, he's really good at hiding his strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, everyone, including him, thought Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, was most skilled in the law of earth. They did not expect his mastery of the law of metal to be higher than his mastery of the law of earth. Whoosh! At this moment, apart from the leader of the group from the Han Mountain residents in the famous mansion, the other high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence stood up in unison. Their faces were filled with shock. Wang Xiong's mastery of the law of metal is so high. Wang Xiong is skilled in the law of metal. How did Wang Xiong manage to hide his strength so well? In the past, everyone knew he was skilled in the law of earth. However, in the Han Mountain residence, many people suppressed him. It was not until the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet that he displayed his shocking mastery of the law of earth. Now, he's displaying the law of metal that's even stronger than the law of earth. The group of high-ranking officials in the Han Mountain residence who did not know Wang Xiong had comprehended the law of metal were not the only ones who stood up from their seats. Even the prodigies in the Han Mountain residence were shocked and in disbelief. Was Wang Xiong not too good at hiding his strength? Even the people in the Han Mountain residence were shocked, let alone the rest of the people. By the time the crowd recovered from their shock, 10 moves had passed since Wang Xiong displayed the law of metal. After 10 moves, Wang Xiong injured Yang Qianye with one move. This time, Yang Qianye did not admit defeat. Instead, he continued to fight Wang Xiong. Over at the Chunyang school, someone advised Yuan Hanjin to persuade Yang Qianye to admit defeat. However, Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, "Let him fight to his heart's content. He's already in the top 10 now. He's already admitted defeat once before. This time, there's no need to persuade him. Moreover, let him continue to fight Wang Xiong and exhaust Wang Xiong's strength. We don't know Wang Xiong's true strength yet, but from the looks of it, this is not his full strength. Exhausting him a little will make it easier for Duan Lingtian to reach the top 3. As soon as Yuan Hanjin said this, no one tried to persuade him anymore. Indeed, now anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Qianye had stopped at the top 10. There was no hope for him to reach the top 3. Now one of the top 10 had defeated him. Currently, there was another person who was defeating him. Shiman of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa was not weaker than him. Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. How could he compete for the top 3? Chapter 4053. So far, the most shocking thing in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was not the endless hidden supreme talents, nor was it the fact that Duan Lingtian defeated Han Di, the hidden supreme talent of the Consonance Mansion, nor was it the tie between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu. It was because Wang Xiong did not specialize in the law of earth. When Wang Xiong first showed his strength, he had shocked everyone. He was the only supreme talent in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet who had such a strong law of earth. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the people in the Han Mountain residence, it was obvious that they did not know that Wang Xiong's law of earth was so powerful. It was obvious that Wang Xiong had not shown his true strength even in his own sect. Then Wang Xiong made his moves again and again, showing his increasingly powerful law of earth. This made everyone remember that he was an expert in the law of earth. As long as someone mentioned Wang Xiong's name, the first thing that came to mind was his amazing law of earth and his unbreakable turtle shell. There were even many people who secretly gave Wang Xiong a nickname, Bastard. They felt that this nickname was very appropriate. Even his surname was the same. However, after Yang Qianye broke Wang Xiong's defense with the law of earth, he gave up on the law of earth and switched to the law of metal. Moreover, after Wang Xiong switched to the law of earth, many people thought that he had gone crazy and could not stand the suppression of the law of earth. However, what no one expected was that Wang Xiong's following performance almost made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Wang Xiong's law of metal was more powerful than the law of earth. After 3 moves, he turned the situation around and suppressed Yang Qianye. After 10 moves, he injured Yang Qianye. Then, he continued to suppress Yang Qianye. Finally, after 20 moves, Lin Donglai had to intervene and save the seriously injured Yang Qianye. At this moment, Yang Qianye's whole body was injured and his aura was weak. However, his eyes were still sharp and unyielding. On the other hand, although Wang Xiong did not consume much energy, he was no longer as frivolous as before. He looked at Yang Qianye with respect. "You're a worthy opponent. However, you're no match for me." After saying that, Wang Xiong didn't say anything else. He picked up his wine gourd and swayed his body like a drunkard, returning to the cold mountain residence of the Great Ming Mansion. At this very moment, the gazes of the people of the cold mountain residence looking at him changed once more. Wang Xiong was actually proficient in the laws of metal? What the hell? Even the more outstanding geniuses of the cold mountain residence felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. Wang Xiong's earth elemental laws were not the laws he was most proficient in, but they were able to suppress the laws they were proficient in. In terms of age, Wang Xiong was about the same as them. It had to be said that Wang Xiong's use of the cash element law had exceeded everyone's expectations. Perhaps only the leader of this trip to the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace, that middle-level god emperor who did not bat an eyelid, knew that Wang Xiong was most proficient in the laws of metal and not the laws of earth. I really didn't expect Wang Xiong to be proficient in the laws of metal. Wang Xiong is too strong. I take back what I said earlier. Wang Xiong might be able to get into the top 3. While many people were beginning to think highly of Wang Xiong, Those who were ranked at the top, such as Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and the others, had a solemn expression on their faces. They had never regarded Wang Xiong as a worthy opponent. In their eyes, Wang Xiong was only at the same level as Yang Qianye and Ximen Feng. But now, after Wang Xiong had defeated Yang Qianye, they realized that Wang Xiong had the strength to enter their circle. Moreover, Wang Xiong might not have used his full strength when he defeated Yang Qianye. Do all powerful people like to dress like this to show off their individuality? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Xiong, who was hovering in the sky above the cold mountain residence of the Great Name Palace. His heart thumped as a sloppy figure appeared in his mind. The person who appeared in his mind was also a sloppy middle-aged man. This person was the third uncle of his wife, Ker, in her past life. He was Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, an ultimate god clan in the divine offering land. When Duan Lingtian first met Xia Jie, he had not even gone to the Devata realms yet. Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Xia Jie was limited. It was only recently that Duan Lingtian learned about Xia Jie after he read some books about the ultimate god forces in the divine offering land in the library of the Yun Peak progeny in Chunyang School. He was a bona fide ultimate god powerhouse. Moreover, there were not many people in the Xia clan who could defeat him. Number 7. Please enter the arena. Originally, after number 9, Yang Qianye failed to challenge number 9, number 8 should be the next challenger. However, number 8, Wang Xiong, had just fought with Yang Qianye. Therefore, unless Wang Xiong requested it, he would automatically skip this round. Lin Donglai waited for a while. When he saw Wang Xiong had no intention of continuing, he finally allowed number 7 to enter the arena. Number 7. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, everyone's attention shifted to the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect. At this moment, a young man was walking out leisurely. After entering the arena, he looked indifferently in the direction of the Qing State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa and locked his eyes on the person standing in the void in front of him. Number 5, Ximen. Number 7, Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect, challenged Ximen, the prodigy of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Mountain Villa. As for Ximen, he also came out in response. I'm very curious. Lin Yuan looked at Ximen and smiled faintly. Ximen is just your surname, right? I'm very curious about your full name. Full name? Ximen took a deep look at Lin Yuan. If you want to know my full name, you'll have to defeat me first. All right. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Then the two of them fought. In just one move, Ximen was injured by Lin Yuan. After 3 moves, Lin Donglai intervened and saved the severely injured Ximen. Now, can you tell me? Lin Yuan smiled at Ximen and asked. Ximen took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned around and returned to the Qing State Prefecture's puppet family. With his back facing Lin Yuan, he said, Ximen Longxiang. Ximen Longxiang? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This name is not bad. When Ximen Longxiang said his name, the others present did not think much of it. However, when Duan Lingtian heard this name, he was stunned. This was because this name was not unfamiliar to him. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect had opened the Emperor Battle Dimension together and fought inside to let their respective sects produce Emperor God experts. In the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had heard of the name Ximen Longxiang more than once. Ximen Longxiang was a monster of the Tai sect. After he entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed many people from the Tai sect, Ximen Longxiang also killed many people from the Tianlong clan. Later, Ximen Longxiang entered the Divine Emperor realm and entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, killing many Divine Emperors from the Tai sect. At that time, many people compared him to Ximen Longxiang. In the beginning, many people felt that he was not as good as Ximen Longxiang. Of course, he did not care about these rumors and slanders. However, subconsciously, he still remembered the name Ximen Longxiang because the frequency of this name falling into his ears was too high. Is it the same person? The Ximen Longxiang I know is from the Tai sect, but this Ximen Longxiang is from the Puppet Mountain Villa. They should not be the same person, right? No. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian remembered something. In the past, when he was still in the Tianlong clan, it was also the day he met Shen Pingfan for the first time. In the Emperor Battle Dimension's Heping City, before he met Shen Pingfan, he had met someone from the Puppet Mountain Villa, the Emperor God expert of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Moreover, it seemed to be Elder Silver Puppet of the Puppet Mountain Villa. Silver Puppet had come with the sect master of the Tai sect. In that case, this Shimin Longxiang is really that Shimin Longxiang? Since the Puppet Mountain Villa is related to the Tai sect, it's normal for Shimin Longxiang of the Tai sect to go to the Puppet Mountain Villa. But I didn't expect him to become a middle divine emperor so quickly, and his strength is not weaker than Yang Chenya's. Yang Chenya most likely entered the divine dwellings, so it's normal for him to have such strength. Could it be that he also entered the divine dwellings? Even if he didn't, he must have had an opportunity. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Shimin Longxiang before, he had heard of him and knew when he had become a divine emperor. Moreover, the news could not be false. This was because before Shimin Longxiang broke through to the divine emperor realm, he had entered the battlefield of the divine kings in the emperor battle dimension where the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect were fighting. Only divine kings could enter the battlefield of the divine kings. Not long after becoming a divine emperor, he became a middle divine emperor and has such strength. He must have had a great opportunity. I don't know if he found it himself or if the Puppet Mountain Villa gave it to him. As Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced at Shimin Longxiang a few more times. When Shimin Longxiang noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I thought it was a pity that I couldn't compete with you when I was in the Greater One sect. So, I must fight with you in the 7 prefectures feast to make up for this regret. I was very confident in myself, but I didn't expect your improvement to be so much greater than I thought. However, one day, I will go to the Chunyang school and challenge you. Shimin Longxiang transmitted his voice. I'll be waiting, Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, he confirmed the other party's identity. It was the monster of the Greater One sect, Shimin Longxiang. He did not expect to see Shimin Longxiang here when he was not in the Tianlong clan. The world was really unpredictable. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian vaguely felt a slight vibration in his storage ring. Fortunately, he had nothing to do now and was distracted. Otherwise, he might not have noticed it in time. The next moment, he subconsciously glanced into the storage ring. With just one glance, his pupils shrank sharply. Among the many soul beads lying in his storage ring, one of them had shattered. Chapter 4054. Duan Lingtian had actually only used this shattered soul orb a few times. This was because he rarely contacted the owner of the soul orb. However, he had contacted him not long ago. Because of Yang Qinya. That's right. The shattered soul orb belonged to Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Clan Master Long has actually died? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A person who had communicated with him not long ago and whose tone had revealed confidence and carefreeness. A strong man whom he had a good impression of, had died? What was going on? How could a dignified sect leader fall just like that? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and immediately sent 2 consecutive sound transmissions to the 2 white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanian. These 2 were also the elders he was most familiar with in the Tianlong clan. As for the others, although he was familiar with some of them, they were only ordinary disciples. You know, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanyan's tone was solemn. Something that just happened, right? I saw that Clan Master Long's soul orb had just shattered. Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, Shui Haichuan replied. Something just happened. An expert, an extremely powerful expert, forced his way into our Tianlong clan and forced our clan master out. Then, at the risk of being injured, he killed our clan master. However, because he came quickly and left quickly, his injuries weren't too serious even though the Great Sect Protection Formation was activated. Xue Haichuan's tone was somewhat gloomy. As a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after their clan master was killed. Do you know who it was? The mirror image array in the Great Sect Protection Formation can record his identity? Duan Lingtian asked. It only recorded a person surrounded by light. His face and figure can't be seen clearly. It's obvious that he's intentionally hiding his identity. However, he's definitely not an ordinary God Emperor. At the very least, it's unlikely that he's a lesser God Emperor. Lower God Emperors don't have the ability to do as they please in our Tianlong clan's Great Sect Protecting Array. Dongfang Yanyan's tone was very firm. It's impossible for him to be a lower divine lord? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. If it wasn't a lower God Lord, then the one who made the move was definitely in existence above a God Lord. Since the other party was injured, he should be a middle God Emperor. A middle God Emperor who barged into the Tianlong clan's Grand Protective Array was injured. Could that Linghu Renfeng, who is suspected to be Ker's birth mother, be a High God Emperor? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng broke into the Tianlong clan, he almost crushed the Tianlong clan's sect-protecting Grand Array with one strike, and even forced the Tianlong clan to remove the sect-protecting Grand Array. Obviously, Linghu Renfeng's strength was much stronger than this person who had killed his way into the Tianlong clan and killed the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Middle God Emperor, dragon-killing sect master? What's the motive? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, one needed a motive to kill someone, especially since Long Qingchong was the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His identity was very sensitive. Even those God Emperor powerhouses would not take the risk to act without a motive. It was fine if they didn't find out. Once they were found out, those wandering martial artists who were on good terms with the Tianlong clan, as well as some God Emperor level powers with God Emperor powerhouses, might not let it go so easily. Although the Tianlong clan was an outdated God Emperor level power, and there were no God Emperor powerhouses in the current generation, if there was a need, there would still be many God Emperor powerhouses to help the Tianlong clan. Those God Emperor powerhouses were all friends that the Tianlong clan had established in the past. They were also the foundation of the Tianlong clan. For example, this Yuan Hanjin has a motive to kill sect master Long. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin, who was an elder of the Pingshang lineage. However, he is here in person. Moreover, he isn't even a God Emperor. Even if he wants to kill sect master Long, he can only lure him away from the Tianlong clan before killing him. He still doesn't have the ability to break the grand formation protecting the Tianlong clan. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His pupils shrank rapidly. There is one person who also has a motive. Moreover, his cultivation base matches as well. The old ancestor of the Pingshang lineage, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Hanjin and thought of the old ancestor of the Pingshang lineage behind Yuan Hanjin. He was also his biological father, Yuan Pingsheng. Although he had never met Yuan Pingsheng before, he knew that Yuan Pingsheng was one of the few void-pierced stage elders in Chunyang School. He was a middle God Emperor. Even the old ancestor of the hidden sword lineage, Yi Chunfeng, had to address him as senior martial brother. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. If it was really Yuan Pingsheng who did this, he must have confirmed something. For example, he must have confirmed that Yang Chenya's father, the sect master of the Myriad Devil sect, Lan Qing, was killed by his son, Yuan Hanjin. Then he framed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan. If Long Qingchong didn't die, there would be hidden dangers in this matter. After all, Yang Qinya was not an idiot. Perhaps one day, Yang Qinya would discover the truth of this matter. When that time comes, what would happen? At that time, Yuan Hanjin would be raising a wolf to bite him to death. As Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng had a great motive for doing this. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Qinya has made it into the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After a while, he sent a voice transmission to Yang Qinya who was standing nearby. Yang Qinya, just a while ago, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, whom you wanted to avenge your father, is dead. Yang Qinya's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart was also shaken. Fortunately, he was used to keeping a cold expression on his face. Otherwise, his expression would have changed drastically. Is that true? After a while, Yang Qinya seemed to have calmed down. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. I have his soul orb. I contacted him earlier. Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked. Who killed him? Yang Qinya asked. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, a god emperor, it was not so easy to kill him. Did he die in the emperor battle realm of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect? He could understand if Duan Lingtian had died in the emperor battle realm. However, he felt that it was unlikely. As far as he knew, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, was one of the strongest in the Tianlong clan. Even if all the high-level god emperors of the Tai sect attacked together, they might not be able to kill Long Qingchong. At his cultivation level, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still escape. No, Duan Lingtian replied. Someone broke into the Tianlong temple and killed him. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's words moved Yang Qinya even more. After a while, he learned from Duan Lingtian that the person who killed Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had intentionally concealed his identity and was suspected to be at least a mid-level god emperor. Yang Qinya's expression froze. At the same time, he subconsciously turned to look at the small floating island where the higher-ups of the Chunyang school were. His gaze fell on his master, Yuan Hanjin. Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinya said through voice transmission. Yang Qinya said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, since you're close to Elder Zhen, ask him to look for the old ancestor of Yun Peak and ask him to see if Yuan Pingshang, the old ancestor of Pingshang progeny, is out. As soon as Yang Qinya said this, Duan Lingtian immediately guessed that Yang Qinya was suspicious of Yuan Pingsheng. Yang Qinya, Duan Lingtian said bluntly, I can ask Elder Zhen for help with this matter. However, I'm not asking for you. To Elder Zhen, the stability of the Chunyang school is the most important thing. To him, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Sky Dragon clan, is just an outsider. Duan Lingtian said, I understand. Yang Qinya said in a low voice, I just want to confirm this matter. As for the other matters, I'll look into them. It's really him. When he thought up to hear, a wisp of frightening cold light flashed in Yang Qinya's eyes, and it was to the extent that besides Duan Lingtian, no one noticed it. After ending his conversation with Yang Qinya, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Elder Zhen, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Zhen Pingfan was taken aback when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What is it? I want you to ask Elder Yunfeng to make a trip to the Pingsheng faction and see if the ancestor of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng, is in the Pingsheng faction, or check the mirror image recorded in the sect protecting formation to see if the ancestor of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng, has left the Pure Yang sect a while ago and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point as soon as he spoke. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan frowned. Did something happen? Zhen Pingfan couldn't help but wonder why Duan Lingtian would ask him this if nothing had happened. Elder Zhen, please help me with this first. As for why I'm asking this, you can ask Elder Yunfeng first and I'll tell you. This matter is a little urgent. Duan Lingtian said. Zhen Pingfan took a deep look at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Although he felt that there must be something behind this, and it was most likely not a trivial matter, he did not continue to ask when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still calm. After a while, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to his father, the patriarch of the Yunfeng clan, Zhen Pingfan. He asked him to help check if Yuan Pingsheng, the patriarch of the Pingsheng clan, had left the sect. Had he not returned yet? Why do you suddenly want me to check this? If you want to know if your senior uncle Pingsheng is in the Chunyang school, can't you just ask someone? Why do you need to investigate in secret? Zhen Yunfeng asked. Father, you can check this matter first. There are some things that I can't say now. I'll tell you when you have the results. Zhen Pingfan did not mention that it was Duan Lingtian who had asked him to do this in front of his father. He also did not say that he did not know why he had to do this. However, he planned to tell his father after Duan Lingtian told him the truth. Come to think of it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was still calm. Nothing should have happened. Okay, I'll check it out. Zhen Yunfeng quickly went to check it out because he rarely saw his son so serious. Not long after, Zhen Yunfeng found what he wanted to find out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to his son. Your senior uncle Ping Shang left the sect some time ago and hasn't returned yet. Chapter 4055. What exactly happened? Why do you want to know this? After Zhen Yunfeng told his son about the results of his investigation, he asked further. On the other hand, Zhen Pingfan did not respond to his father in time. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. After all, he still did not know what had happened. However, after getting the answer from his father, he did not hesitate and immediately told Duan Lingtian about it. The old ancestor of Ping Shang's lineage, martial uncle Yuan Pingsheng, left the school some time ago. He hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me why you asked me this now? Zhen Pingfan also began to ask. My father is also asking about this. Duan Lingtian had long suspected it and guessed that it was most likely the case. However, he could only confirm it after getting the answer from Zhen Pingfan. If that was the case, the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, should be killed by the Void Pierce Stage Elder of Chunyang School, Yuan Pingsheng. Otherwise, how could it be a coincidence? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Chunyang School's Pingsheng lineage, Yuan Pingsheng, rarely went out. Even if the school needed a Void Pierce Stage Elder to go out, he would never go out. Moreover, it was said that he was already old. He was already somewhat powerless to deal with the heavenly tribulation in recent years. Under such circumstances, cultivating wholeheartedly was the best way. Although there might be opportunities outside, they were often accompanied by danger. If one was careless and did not get the opportunity, they might even come back with injuries. They might not be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not have that many opportunities. Especially for a mid-god emperor like Yuan Pingsheng. The opportunities that could bring him benefits and even allow him to improve were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the profound Handle land. The secret realm of the Holy Land was one of them. However, it was also difficult to obtain the opportunity to enter. However, the Pure Yang sect had obtained multiple slots this time. Logically speaking, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be one of them. The most important thing was, 2 of the spots were obtained by the disciples of their Pingsheng lineage. If he didn't get a spot, then it would be unreasonable. Did you get it? Although Yang Qinya wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian on the surface, he was still looking at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was just that few people noticed it. Now that he noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he immediately asked. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he didn't hesitate and said bluntly, I can tell you about this matter, not for anything else, but for the death of sect leader Long. Although I don't have much of a friendship with sect leader Long, and we rarely interact with each other, I have a good impression of him. This time he suffered an undeserved calamity. I am also angry for him. However, with my relationship with him, his death is not enough for me to avenge him. Of course, it's impossible for you to avenge him. I'm telling you this because I also want you to know the truth. This is also what Sect Master Long wanted to do when she was alive. She was even willing to invite you to the Tianlong clan. This is also the last thing I'll do for her. Although Duan Lingtian was not very calm about Long Qingchong's death, he was not so hot-headed as to want to avenge Long Qingchong. There were too many people in the world who had died unjustly. Did he want to avenge every single one of them? Also, after I tell you this, I don't want you to announce it to anyone. At the very least, I don't want you to confront anyone in the future and say that you asked me and Elder Zhen Pingfan about this matter. as long as you know it in your heart. I don't want to involve Elder Zhen. At this point, Duan Lingtian's tone became even more solemn. When Yang Qianye heard Duan Lingtian's words, he said, I can understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what you told me today. Moreover, it's fine as long as I know what I'm doing. Also, I don't necessarily believe everything you say. I'll think of a way to confirm it myself. I'll only believe that it's true after I confirm it myself. Yang Qianye's words were very clear. I don't necessarily believe what Duan Lingtian tells me. I'm just using it as a reference. I'll only believe things that I confirm myself. Take the death of his father, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, for example. At first, he was blinded by hatred. It was only when Duan Lingtian came to him that he began to calm down. At the same time, he also found that there were many suspicious points. After that lesson, he was not willing to completely trust anyone again. At the same time, he also understood that only what he found out and confirmed was the truth. It's good that you think that way. When he heard Yang Qianye's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly passed on Jin Pingfan's words to him. Elder Zhen asked his father to help investigate this matter. I'm sure you know who his father is, so I won't mention it. I can confirm that the ancestor of your bloodline is not in the sect during this period. Perhaps it won't be long before he returns to the sect. At this point, Duan Lingtian silently added another sentence in his heart. After all, it would take a middle-level God Emperor a certain amount of time to rush back to Chunyang School from the Tianlong clan, even if he used a God Emperor-level spaceship. Duan Lingtian. At this time, when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not respond for a long time, Jin Pingfan suddenly became a little angry. Don't tell me you're going back on your words and not telling me this matter? No. Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm just sending a message to someone to comfort them. What's wrong? Zhen Pingfan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the departure of his senior uncle Pingsheng had something to do with Duan Lingtian's friend? Or could it be that someone had done something to Duan Lingtian's friend? At this thought, his expression changed slightly. Elder Zhen. Just as Zhen Pingfan was about to ask again, Duan Lingtian also told him about Long Qingchong's death. Just before I ask you this, the Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, has just died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan's pupils shrank slightly. How did he die? He forced his way into the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong at the cost of injuries. Then he fled far away. According to the judgment of the people from the Tianlong clan, the person who did this is most likely a middle-level God Emperor or above. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian said this, Jin Pingfan was silent for a moment before he asked, Are you suspecting that it was senior uncle Pingsheng who did this? Duan Lingtian heard this but did not respond. On the other hand, Jin Pingfan was frowning slightly. He regretted helping Duan Lingtian to ask this question. Was this not creating trouble for the people from his own sect? Even if Duan Lingtian did not want to avenge Long Qingchong, if Duan Lingtian knew about this, it would definitely affect his impression of the Chunyang school. He felt a headache coming on. As for Yuan Pingsheng's motive for killing Long Qingchong, there was definitely a reason. He, his father, and his senior uncle Yi had already suspected the relationship between Yang Qianye and Yuan Hanjin. Now, they were just one step closer to confirming their suspicions. Duan Lingtian. Jin Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, I've asked around for you and I've told you. However, I hope that from now on, you won't tell anyone. Zhen Pingfan's tone was serious. Duan Lingtian had known him for a long time, but this was the first time he had seen him so serious. Okay. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. At the same time, he thought that if he told Yang Qianye about this, it would not be considered as breaking his promise to Jin Pingfan. Jin Pingfan did not expect that Duan Lingtian would tell Yang Qianye about this matter as soon as he knew about it. This was because, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye were not only not friends, but also enemies. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Tianlong clan, the people from the Million Demons sect, where Yang Qianye was previously, had been enemies with Duan Lingtian. Later, many people from the Million Demons sect died in the fight between the Tianlong clan and Duan Lingtian. Most of them were executed by the Tianlong clan. Among them were some of Yang Chenya's elders and 2 childhood friends who were as close as brothers. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed, Zhen Pingfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he told his father, Zhen Yunfeng, who was still waiting for the news. At the same time, he also told Yi Chunfeng about this through voice transmission. Yi Chunfeng's face instantly froze. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, although Yuan Pingsheng was his senior brother. However, in his opinion, this kind of behavior was a little too much. Duan Lingtian did not know what happened on Zhen Pingfan's side. Now, Duan Lingtian turned his attention back to the field. At the moment, there were 2 figures fighting in the field. One of them was number 6, the Heaven's Pride of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion, Tuoba Xiu. As her figure moved, the cold wind raged and froze the void, constantly locking the space. Number 6 Lin Yuan stepped down and became the new number 5. Now that number 5 Shiman had fallen to number 7, it was her turn. After Tuoba Xiu went on the field, she did not challenge Lin Yuan, who had just made it to number 5. It was unknown whether it was because she felt that Lin Yuan had just fought a battle and did not want to take advantage of her, or because she thought that Lin Yuan might refuse and had the right to refuse. After Tuoba Xiu entered the field, she directly challenged number 4, Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu was previously challenged by number 10 Ma Qihong. The 2 were evenly matched and it ended in a draw. Presently, some time had already passed since the battle between him and Ma Qihong, and he'd recovered his combat strength from his prime under the effects of various divine pills. Now, he and Tuoba Xiu had exchanged 30 moves, and they were still evenly matched. In the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, whether it was him or Tuoba Xiu, they had not shown their true strength. At the very least, Yuan Moyu had not shown the strength he had shown when he fought with Ma Qihong. Tuoba Xiu was more or less the same. She was obviously holding back. These 2 want to test each other, and then defeat each other with a thunderous blow? Duan Lingtian guessed their thoughts. This method was not bad. Although defeating each other with a thunderous blow would consume a lot of energy, it was easy to recover from and would not affect the subsequent performance. Chapter 4056. Both of them know each other's intentions, and neither of them is careless. If this continues, do they really think they'll be able to find an opportunity? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Both of them were still not confident enough. If only one of them was confident, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, he knew confidence required strength to back it up. Confidence without strength would only be a joke in the end. As for who was stronger between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say. After all, Yuan Mou had only revealed his strength so far. However, Yuan Mou still hadn't revealed the strength he'd revealed earlier. As for Tuoba Xiu, she kept a low profile as well. Tuoba Xiu is either not confident in the strength Yuan Mou revealed earlier, or she suspects Yuan Mou is still holding back and hasn't revealed his full strength. However, the battle between Yuan Mou and Ma Qihong ended in a draw. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have concealed his strength, right? Of course, that might not be the case. After all, regardless of whether Yuan Mou fought Ma Qihong to a draw or defeated Ma Qihong, the outcome would still be the same. That is, his ranking will not change. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian wasn't sure if Yuan Mou had concealed his strength earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his attention when he saw the stalemate between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the other 2 people. They were none other than Luo Yuan and Han Di, who were ranked ahead of Yuan Mou. Han Di was ranked 2nd. Luo Yuan was ranked 3rd. However, Han Di had already admitted that he was no match for him and admitted defeat after exchanging blows with him with his full strength. Therefore, Han Di wasn't a threat to him, unless he lost to an opponent that even Han Di could defeat. In that case, Han Di would still have a chance to fight him again. And if that moment really came, Han Di definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to challenge him again. Although he admitted defeat earlier, it was only because his explosive strength was stronger than his opponent's. If he lost to someone he'd already defeated, and coupled with the fact that his opponent's ranking in the top 3 was confirmed, his opponent would definitely disregard everything and attack him. How long are Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mo you gonna fight for? In the blink of an eye, Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu had already exchanged over 100 blows. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had no intention of stopping. At this time, many people were getting impatient. Now, let's see who can hold on longer. Of course, there were also some people who were more patient. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the battlefield. Of course, this is under the condition that both sides are evenly matched. The two of them are so strong. Even if their strength is equal, I'm afraid that there will be a victor in this battle. It won't be a draw. Of course, it's annoying. If the person who can't keep his composure is far stronger than the person who can keep his composure, he still has the confidence to fight to a draw or even defeat the other party. It depends on how strong they are. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's attention also returned to the field, watching the fight between the two. At first, his expression was still somewhat calm. However, after 200 moves, his brows began to twitch. Yuan Mou is finally unable to keep his cool. He did very well in the beginning. Why can't he remain calm now? It seems like it has something to do with the rumors that are being spread now. After 100 moves, Duan Lingtian heard some people mocking Yuan Mou, saying that he was not as good as a woman. Of course, no one, including him, took these words to heart. If that was the case, Yuan Mou was not the only one who was not as good as this woman named Tuoba Xiu. Those who were not in the top 10 or even the top 30 were not as good as this woman. Tuoba Xiu was the only woman left in the top 10 of the 7 mansions feast. However, although the crowd did not care, Yuan Mou, as the person involved, gradually became restless as time passed. It was unknown whether he was affected by these words or not. I even suspect that those words came from the underworld mansion. Although Tuoba Xiu is a member of the Yuan clan on the surface, she was cultivated by the 3 great god emperor level forces of the underworld mansion. Whether she can enter the top 3 or not is related to whether the underworld mansion will be able to obtain 3 quotas. Some of the Chunyang school disciples speculated. I also think that the underworld mansion is behind this. This time, if Tuoba Xiu does not enter the top 3 and only obtains 2 quotas in the top 10, the 3 great forces of the underworld mansion will not be able to split the quotas. Look at Yuan Mou. Has he been fooled? The people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing must have warned him. Hearing the comments of the Chunyang school disciples, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked in the direction of the people from the sect of Heaven's Roar in the state capital of Qing. He could see that many of the senior members of the sect of Heaven's Roar were anxious. Obviously, they were anxious because they saw that Yuan Mou was still restless. Someone must have warned him. That being said, Yuan Black Jade is still behaving like this even after being warned? Is his temperament really bad? Or is he just pretending? Duan Lingtian guessed. He was more inclined to the latter because he felt that Yuan Mou was definitely not someone who was easily angered since he had achieved so much at such a young age. It was impossible for him to lose his cool. Humph! Yuan Mou snorted coldly, shaking the void. Then he burst out and charged towards Tuoba Xiu. His body was full of blood qi, and it was obvious that he did not hold back. This level of attack is more or less the same as when Ma Qihong fought him. Could it be that his true strength is only limited to this? This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. The others were more direct. Yuan Mou is not hiding his strength. Yes, it's the right choice to attack now and use his strongest attack. In other words, this should be his strongest attack. Tuoba Xiu knew that he had this strength. Now that he has attacked, I don't know if Tuoba Xiu can withstand it. I don't know. Maybe she can? I think so too. Otherwise, why would they be in such a stalemate? Moreover, if she really wanted to surprise Yuan Mou and defeat him, she should have done so long ago. If she is weaker than Yuan Mou, she should be feeling guilty. Yuan Mou is so impatient, and Tuoba Xiu is obviously not weaker than him. Tuoba Xiu has a better chance of winning this battle. In any case, Yuan Mou's sudden attack made the eyes of the impatient and anxious onlookers brighten. They knew the two people in front of them were finally going to fight for real. Tuoba Xiu narrowed her eyes in the face of Yuan Mou's sudden attack. Cold qi filled the air as blood qi shot into the sky. Qi, 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 qi. A series of crisp sounds rang in the air. The entire void was sealed by the power of frost condensed by Tuoba Xiu's law of ice, including Yuan Mou's attack. However, Yuan Mou was not to be trifled with. He advanced triumphantly all the way. No matter how fast the ice solidified, it was still destroyed by him. The prominent divine artifact in his hand advanced through the ice like the dawn in the darkness, growing brighter and brighter. Break. Suddenly, in a situation that no one had expected, the usually taciturn Tuoba Xiu finally spat out this word. In an instant, the ice that had condensed in the void shattered like tempered glass. There were cracks everywhere, and the cracks were still spreading. Not only were they spreading outside, but they were also spreading inside. At the same time, an ice-cold swordlight shot out from where Tuoba Xiu was standing. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu disappeared from where she was standing. Whoosh! The cold sword light broke through the void. Although it was not very bright, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink. The embryonic form of Sword Dao. This was because he realized that Tuoba Xiu had actually comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Now, the void-pierced stage elder of Chunyang School, Yi Qinfeng, was as surprised as Duan Lingtian. Yi Qinfeng's face was also filled with astonishment. In the next moment, the other god emperors also realized this one after another. Tuoba Xiu of the Underworld Mansion has actually grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Is it good luck, or is it true that he has high attainments in Sword Dao? While the experts were still in shock, Tuoba Xiu's sword had already clashed with Yuan Mou's attack and gained the upper hand as soon as they clashed. Just when most people thought that Yuan Mou would be defeated by Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Mou's attack suddenly surged. Yuan Mou's offensive suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he, who had used 70 to 80% of his strength, had suddenly erupted with 10% of his strength, which was also his full strength. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! In the void above, deafening sounds of collision could be heard frequently. Yuan Mou, who was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly unleashed his full strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiu instead. Yuan Mou hid his strength. Oh my god! He's still hiding his strength at this moment? If he had used his full strength just now, he might have been able to suppress Tuoba Xiu directly, right? That was before. Before this, he naturally did not know that Tuoba Xiu was so strong. While the onlookers were shocked by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian's face was also filled with surprise. Was Yuan Mou really hiding his strength? He had thought of this possibility before, but he felt that it was unlikely. However, he did not expect this possibility to appear. Damn it! He actually did not use his full strength when fighting with me. On the Machi clan's side, Machi Hong's face was very ugly. If Yuan Mou had shown such strength earlier, even if he could hold on for a while in the beginning, he would definitely be defeated later on. However, he was now angry that Yuan Mou had held back when fighting with him. However, he did not hold back when fighting with Tuoba Xiu. Was he looking down on him? At this moment, Machi Hong seemed to have completely forgotten that he was only number 10 and ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Even if Yuan Mou had defeated him, he would still be fourth. Since the outcome would be the same regardless of defeat or draw, why would he show his strength so much? Chapter 4057. Yuan Mou is going to win. Unless Tuoba Xiu is hiding her true strength and isn't Yuan Mou's, she'll definitely lose. I don't think that's possible. Tuoba Xiu must be waiting for Yuan Mou to make a move, because she's confident in suppressing him. She probably didn't expect Yuan Mou to be hiding so much of his strength. Yuan Mou is too patient. He waited until now to unleash his full strength. After all, Tuoba Xiao is a hidden prodigy from the underworld mansion. We only know that she's very strong, but no one knows her true strength. Yuan Moyu displayed his hidden strength and suppressed Tuoba Xiao. Tuoba Xiao's pupils shrunk slightly in the face of Yuan Moyu's display of strength. Soon after, she swiftly withdrew in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, an incomparably huge block of ice swiftly formed in her path of retreat. The block of ice was a cube that was more than 100 meters in length, width, and height. However, even this huge block of ice did not stop Yuan Moyu for long. Yuan Moyu's attack crushed the block of ice in an instant and turned it into ice shards that filled the air. The ice shards whistled and flew in all directions like sharp swords. However, before they could get close to the crowd, Lin Donglai casually blocked them. Otherwise, at least half of the people present would be injured if not dead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tuoba Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as she fled. Even the veil on her face was blown away, revealing her beautiful face. Then, the crowd saw that her body was emitting cold air, and waves of terrifying power aura spread out. Faced with Yuan Moyu's menacing attack, she attacked again. Swoosh! It was another sword strike, but this time it was even more powerful than the previous one. It was on a completely different level. That's still not her full strength. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. He could not help but shake his head at the same time. Both of them had only been testing each other in the beginning. Neither of them had made the first move. It was only when Yuan Moyu attacked that they began to show their true strength. Moreover, both of them had not used their full strength in their first move. Perhaps this was the first time they had displayed their true strength. Their explosive power is comparable to that of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Qi Tian Sect's prodigy, Han Di. Another two prodigies who are on par with Han Di. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, both of them were at Han Di's level. Now, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, apart from him, the top 10 were divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of Han Di, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiao. The second echelon was Wang Xiong and Ma Qihong. The third echelon consisted of Shimin and Yang Qinya. As for Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan, they had clearly not used their full strength. Thus, Duan Lingtian could not determine how strong they were. However, according to Duan Lingtian's current observation, the strength of these 2 people might not be any weaker than the 3 people in the first echelon. Of course, this was just his guess. The truth would only be revealed when they were forced to use their full strength. However, the outcome of the battle was quickly decided. Although Tuoba Xiao's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu's, the difference was not much. Moreover, she was at a disadvantage when she attacked after the enemy had struck, so she was injured by Yuan Moyu. Although Yuan Moyu was injured as well, his injuries were much lighter. If this continued, Tuoba Xiao's injuries would only worsen because her remaining combat strength was no longer comparable to Yuan Moyu's. I admit defeat. The battle ended with Tuoba Xiao's surrender. This also made many people feel pity for her, because no one would have thought that she was also hiding her strength like Yuan Moyu. Earlier, when Yuan Moyu had attacked first, the strength she had displayed to suppress Yuan Moyu had not been her full strength. It's a pity for Tuoba Xiao. If she had used her full strength from the beginning, Yuan Moyu would not have been able to unleash his full strength in time and would have lost to her in the end. Many people sighed. Actually, she did not expect this to happen either. Of course, it's understandable why she did that. Just like how Yuan Moyu had hidden his strength in the battle with Ma Qihong earlier, he would still be 4th if he fought to a draw with Ma Qihong. He would still be 4th if he defeated Ma Qihong, so it was better for him to hide some of his strength in a draw. That's right. Tuoba Xiao's idea is actually quite similar to Yuan Moyu's. She lost because she underestimated Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu is really amazing. At this moment, Yuan Moyu had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching prodigy present. This monster from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing was said to be a descendant of the Sky Howl sect of the Sky Howl sect's Howl sect. He was also a person that the sect had focused on nurturing. Judging from the current situation, Duan Lingtian, Yuan Moyu, and Tuoba Xiao should be the strongest in the 7 prefectures grand banquet. I wonder if the others are as strong as them. If the others are not as strong as them, they should be in the top 3 this time. I think so too. As Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Shio displayed their true strength one after another, most people were more optimistic about them and felt that they might be able to make it into the top 3. Duan Lingtian also heard these words. However, he did not comment. These people had all underestimated Han Di. In his opinion, Han Di's strength was not weaker than Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Shio. Of course, if they really fought, he did not dare to say for sure who would win. At their level, the slight difference in strength often did not mean that they would definitely win in an actual battle. If the distance was too small, the actual battle depended on many factors. Just like the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Shio earlier, if both of them had used their full strength from the beginning, it would definitely have ended in a draw. If Tuoba Shio had used her full strength the moment Yuan Moyu attacked first, she would definitely have won. Unfortunately, because she still wanted to hide more of her strength, Yuan Moyu seized the opportunity and severely injured her. If it had been a battle of life and death earlier, Tuoba Shio would have been the one to die. Moreover, she would have died in vain. She should have been able to fight Yuan Moyu to a draw, but due to some small considerations, she had lost and fallen into a disadvantageous position. After their battle, it will be number 3's turn. Originally, number 4 Yuan Moyu should have entered the arena. Now, he can enter the arena as well. However, since he is injured, I doubt he will issue any more challenges. Since they had just fought a battle, Yuan Moyu had the right to refuse to enter the arena. This was also in accordance with the rules of the 7 Palaces banquet. As the discussions about Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Shio died down, many people started paying attention to the next round. Tuoba Shio is number 6. Before her is number 5. Originally, number 5 should be the one to enter the arena. However, number 5 is Lin Yuan, who defeated West Gate earlier. According to the rules, he cannot enter this round. Then, it will be Yuan Moyu's turn. Yuan Moyu is injured. He probably won't enter the arena. If Yuan Moyu doesn't enter the arena, it will be number 3's turn. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. When it was number 4 Yuan Moyu's turn, he refused to enter the arena. Number 3, enter the arena. And thus it was Luo Yuan's turn. This was a genius the Heavenly Star Manor had nurtured with all its resources. Due to Tuoba Shio's stunning performance, the way the crowd looked at Luo Yuan changed. Since the Underworld Manor was able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Shio with all its resources, the Heavenly Star Manor should be able to nurture a genius like Tuoba Shio. A genius like that shouldn't be weak. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Shio, the battle for the top 3 will be very interesting. If he is not weaker than Tuoba Shio, it will be difficult for her to enter the top 3. Yeah, Tuoba Shio was seriously injured today. She might not be able to fully recover. Furthermore, she has already lost to Yuan Moyu. Unless the person she defeats Yuan Moyu as well, she won't have a chance to challenge Yuan Moyu. Even if she wants to obtain 2nd place, she will have to wait until Yuan Moyu obtains 1st place. Luo Yuan entered the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Many people were guessing whether he would challenge number 2 Han Di or number 1 Duan Lingtian next. As the 3rd place, he had the authority to challenge either Duan Lingtian or Han Di. If Luo Yuan succeeds in his challenge against Duan Lingtian, he will become the new 1st place. As for Duan Lingtian, even if he replaces Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to obtain 3rd place. Since he defeated Han Di will be relegated to 3rd place. Who do you guys think he will challenge? It's hard to say. Currently, numerous gazes were on Luo Yuan, filled with curiosity. They were all curious as to who Luo Yuan would challenge next. At this time, the people from the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate were also giving Luo Yuan advice. Luo Yuan, we suggest that you don't be in a rush to challenge Duan Lingtian. Challenge Han Di first. Moreover, I suggest that you discuss this with Han Di and use the same method he used against Duan Lingtian to determine the victor. This way, the victor will be decided, and none of you will be injured. One ought to admit that the suggestion given by the Heavenly Star Manor and the Autumn Leaf Gate was very reasonable. For both Luo Yuan and Han Di, This was a win-win situation. All right. After receiving the suggestion, Luo Yuan replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate and declared, "I challenge number 2, Han Di." Han Di. This was the first time Han Di had entered the arena after his battle against Duan Lingtian. After being challenged by Luo Yuan, Han Di's eyes blazed with battle intent. However, when he received Luo Yuan's voice transmission, he couldn't help but be startled. "Let's have another battle like the one we fought against Duan Lingtian? Let's fight with our full strength without facing each other head-on, so that we can get a feel of each other's strength?" The next instant, a sharp glint flashed through the depths of Han Di's eyes. Then he readily agreed. "No problem. This is not only a good thing for you, it's also a good thing for me. However, if you go back on your word, even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I will drag you down with me so that you won't be able to compete with them in the future." Toward the end of his words, Han Di's tone was exceptionally cold. Chapter 4058. Of course. Luo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly when he heard Han Di's words. "I, Luo Yuan, will not do something like digging my own grave. Moreover, if I were to fight you to the death now, it would only benefit others. You have seen how strong Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu are. If the two of us fight, if either of us is injured and can't recover in the next round, they might take advantage of us. At that time, we won't have any hope of getting into the top 3. One ought to admit that Luo Yuan's words were sincere. As for Han Di, when he heard Luo Yuan's words, his tone calmed down. "I don't have any other intentions. I'm just worried that you might go back on your word and attack me at a crucial moment. After all, this is the first time I'm working with you. If it was Duan Lingtian, with our previous experience of working together, I wouldn't have such concerns." Luo Yuan did not think much of Han Di's words. As far as he was concerned, this was only human nature. However, after the show he had with Duan Lingtian, he could see Han Di's character. Han Di was worthy of his trust. Initially, Luo Yuan still had some misgivings about Luo Yuan. However, after hearing Han Di's warning, Luo Yuan no longer had any misgivings about Luo Yuan. Nobody was stupid. It was impossible for them not to be on guard. At the same time, after obtaining Han Di's agreement, Luo Yuan sent a voice transmission to the leader of the Heavenly Star Manor's Autumn Leaves sect. In truth, although Luo Yuan was looking for Han Di, the Tianqian Manor had similar intentions as well. They all hoped that Luo Yuan would not fight with Han Di too early, so that his injuries would not affect his chances of getting into the top 3. The Tianqian Manor only had one hope for Luo Yuan, and that was to get into the top 3 of the 7 Mansions banquet. Only by getting into the top 3 would they be able to obtain 3 slots to enter the secret zones of the 7 Mansions banquet. As for getting first place, that was a pleasant surprise. They did not even think about it. Of course, they had thought about it before the 7 Mansions banquet began. However, as the 7 Mansions banquet progressed and the geniuses revealed their strength one after another, they felt that it was better to leave it to fate. If Luo Yuan could get first place, it would be a pleasant surprise. If he could not, it did not matter. He just needed to be in the top 3. Being in the top 3 was also their initial goal. Don't even think about ambushing him. There's no way Han Di wouldn't be wary of you. This time, you just have to go through the motions with him like he did with Duan Lingtian. If you feel that he's not as strong as you, ask him to admit defeat. If he's unwilling, then fight him with real swords and spears. If you feel that his strength is on par with yours, then discuss with him to end the match in a draw. If you're not as strong as him, admit defeat and try to get 3rd place. If you're really not as strong as him, you'll definitely not be as strong as Duan Lingtian. At that time, you can only focus on the 3rd place. Now, Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mo, you are both injured, and it won't be easy for them to fully recover. As long as you maintain your peak strength, you can deal with them later. This was also the opinion of the 3 great powers of Heavenly Stellar Manor. As for Luo Yuan, he was a genius nurtured by the 3 powers. This time, he was here to help the three powers. Naturally, he would listen to their suggestions. If you are ready, you may begin. At this time, the host, Lin Donglai, spoke. For a moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, focused their attention on the two youths on the stage. One of them was a genius nurtured by heavenly stellar manner. Due to Tuoba Xiu's outstanding performance, a lot of people were looking forward to Luo Yuan's performance. The other youth was a hidden genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect, Han Di. Han Di had been a nobody in the past. Only on the eve of the Seven Mansions banquet had he appeared before the people of Spirit Rhino Mansion, displaying his monstrous talent and strength. Han Di is very strong. As for Luo Yuan, he's definitely not weak either. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the two of them. At this time, a Chunyang school disciple asked Duan Lingtian, "Senior brother Duan, who do you think is stronger? After all, you've experienced Han Di's strength before." It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard this. Han Di is indeed very strong. However, Luo Yuan is a genius that the Heavenly Stellar Mansion nurtured with all its resources. I'm sure he won't be weak. Moreover, you've seen it for yourself. Nurturing a genius with the resources of an entire manor is no joke. Just look at Tuoba Xiu from Netherworld Manor. Tuoba Xiu is indeed very strong. Duan Lingtian had a very high opinion of Tuoba Xiu's strength, even though she had been defeated by Yuan Moyu earlier. However, we'll know who is stronger after watching. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he stared at the two of them. The Chunyang school disciple who had asked the question followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and stared at Luo Yuan and Han Di. After a short while, both Luo Yuan and Han Di retreated rapidly and stood opposite each other. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they shot toward each other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them approached each other. However, they were not on the same line. It was more like they were on two parallel lines that did not intersect. A lot of people were stunned by this scene. Some of them reacted as well. Han Di and Luo Yuan are not planning to fight for real. They are planning to do what Han Di and Duan Lingtian did earlier. They are going to display their strength without fighting for real. This must be Han Di's suggestion. Is there a need for Han Di to be so careful? Even at this point, he's still thinking of preserving his strength. The problem is that Luo Yuan has agreed to it. It's normal for Luo Yuan to agree, right? After all, nobody is willing to exhaust themselves if they can preserve their strength. While a lot of people were able to see through Han Di and Luo Yuan's intentions, Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, who had been injured earlier, had unsightly expressions on their faces. The two of them had been fighting with their lives on the line. However, the two before them were actually treating this battle as child's play. Of course, this wasn't a good thing for the two of them. If the two before them weren't injured and hadn't exhausted much of their strength, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing them later. Again, even Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Han Di and Luo Yuan's actions. It was as though he was witnessing the scene of him fighting Han Di earlier. Before the crowd could react, Luo Yuan and Han Di had already brushed past each other. Although they were both unleashing their full power, their bodies were on two parallel lines. However, at this moment, both of them could sense the strength of the other. Han Di frowned. As for Luo Yuan, a look of joy appeared on his face. Before the others could react, an odd expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. No one was clearer than him on Han Di's strength. Previously, when he and Han Di had unleashed their full power, many god emperors had been paying attention to them. However, most of them had been observing his strength. As such, they hadn't paid much attention to Han Di. As such, apart from Duan Lingtian, even the god emperors from the three major powers of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion did not feel anything strange about Han Di's eruption of strength. However, Duan Lingtian had noticed something. This time, Han Di's eruption of strength was not as strong as the one he had unleashed earlier. Could it be that Han Di's strength had declined? How was that possible? Han Di hadn't made a move, nor was he injured. How could his strength have declined? If so, There was only one possibility left. Han Di is trying to trick Luo Yuan. I really couldn't tell that this fellow had such a sinister side to him. The instant this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Luo Yuan, who had a look of joy on his face, became excited when he sensed that Han Di's strength was inferior to his. As a result, his initial vigilance had decreased significantly. Subconsciously, he felt that Han Di was inferior to him and would not dare to make a move against him. One ought to know that even after the previous battle between Han Di and Duan Lingtian, Luo Yuan still trusted Han Di. However, he hadn't fully trusted Han Di and had always been on guard against him. At this moment, however, he had relaxed. It was this moment of relaxation that made him regret it in the next moment. As Luo Yuan and Han Di passed each other, the god emperors from the three major powers of the heavenly stellar mansion revealed joyful expressions. Han Di was inferior to Luo Yuan. Han Di's strength is only SOSO. It seems like Luo Yuan is still capable of competing with Duan Lingtian for the number 1 position. The genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate is only SOSO. The next instant, the joyful expressions on their faces froze. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, Han Di, who had just passed by Luo Yuan, suddenly erupted with power. His blood aura surged once more. Then, he raised his hand, and the divine tool in his hand unleashed a charged attack straight at Luo Yuan. Han Di. The instant Han Di made his move, a terrifying aura and pressure assaulted Luo Yuan from behind. This caused Luo Yuan, who was still in a state of joy, to wake up. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes widened in fury. He shouted Han Di's name at the top of his lungs. His voice was hoarse and filled with unconcealable rage. Han Di had actually broken his promise and attacked him. Moreover, the strength Han Di had displayed was not the same as before. Rather, it was a strength no weaker than Luo Yuan's. Hua! 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 Luo Yuan roared as his godly power surged. However, his reaction speed was too slow. He couldn't even turn around in time. As such, he could only circulate his godly power and the power of laws to form a layer of defense behind him. Bang! Alas! After a loud explosion, the defense behind Luo Yuan was smashed apart. Next, Luo Yuan's body was sent flying by a huge force. PFFF. Blood spurted out of Luo Yuan's mouth as he was sent flying. Feeling dizzy, he opened his mouth, wanting to admit defeat. However, he found that he couldn't make a sound. His injuries were too severe. Bang! After yet another attack, Luo Yuan fainted and his body started falling down from the sky. Chapter 4059. Luo Yuan was defeated. He had lost miserably. From the beginning to the end, not even a single hair on Han Di's body was harmed. In fact, he was even severely injured twice while passively defending himself. In the end, he was even knocked unconscious. Regardless of life and death, Luo Yuan would already be a dead man. Number 2. Han Di wins. After asking Han Di to stop, Lin Donglai announced the result of the duel. That said, he felt some disdain for Han Di's character. After all, he had made an agreement with others not to attack each other. Yet, he had attacked another. That was somewhat unkind of him. However, he also felt that this matter could not be entirely blamed on Han Di. It was Luo Yuan's fault for being so careless. Not only was he not careful when playing this game with others, he was even distracted. Even if the other party intentionally showed weakness earlier, you were distracted before the battle was over. Could you be sure that he wasn't hiding his strength? Luo Yuan wasn't the only one playing this game with Han Di. Did you see how Duan Lingtian played with him earlier? Did he do the same to Duan Lingtian? A pitiful person must have a detestable side. At this moment, while Lin Donglai despised Han Di's character, he also didn't think that Luo Yuan was a good person. After Lin Donglai announced the outcome of the battle and sent the unconscious Luo Yuan back to the Heavenly Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves Gate, other than the Spirit Consonance Mansion's equal heaven sex leader, the rest of the crowd fell silent. No one had expected that such a change would occur. Of course, Han Di had already informed the Spirit Consonance Mansion's Qi Tiansek's God Emperor beforehand, and obtained the other party's permission. According to the other party was naive and took the initiative to do so. Since he had tricked him, then so be it. It could be considered a lesson for him in life. Moreover, this kind of thing might not necessarily succeed. The prerequisite for success was that the other party was careless. In fact, until Han Di succeeded, he was still a little dazed. He never thought that it would go so smoothly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The genius that Heavenly Stellar Manor had spent so much effort to nurture only cared about cultivation and did not know the dangers of the world? How ruthless! Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Han Di, who had yet to leave the arena, and a hint of wariness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had been vigilant the entire time, preventing Han Di from taking advantage of the situation. However, when Duan Lingtian recalled the strength his opponent had displayed earlier and how he had defeated Luo Yuan, he had a feeling that the reason his opponent hadn't tried to scheme against him was because he was stronger than his opponent. Or perhaps it was because the other party had taken the initiative to suggest it? Although he wasn't sure who had suggested the idea of using all their strength to determine the outcome of the battle between Luo Yuan and Han Di, from the slight changes in their expressions, he felt that it was more likely that Luo Yuan had suggested this. Taking 10,000 steps back, if this suggestion had still been made by Han Di, Luo Yuan might not have been so careless. Even if Han Di showed weakness at the critical moment, he would not be careless. However, I'm afraid the Heavenly Stellar Manor will not let this matter rest. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he instinctively looked at the people from the three great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. At this moment, many people from the three great forces stood up. Following that, three figures flew out. They were none other than the leaders of the three great forces of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Three God Emperors. After entering the arena, they stared coldly at Han Di, who was preparing to leave the arena. Han Di. The God Emperor from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Since you have an agreement with Luo Yuan, this battle will be the same as the one between you and Duan Lingtian. If you don't fight, at most you will win. Why are you attacking Luo Yuan at such a critical moment? Don't you feel that this is too despicable?" At this moment, not only did the God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor's Autumn Leaf School have ugly expressions, but even the God Emperors from the other two major powers had ugly expressions. "Han Di, you need to give us an explanation for this matter," one of the God Emperors said coldly. "Han Di, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest easy after using such despicable methods, right?" The three God Emperors stared coldly at Han Di. If it wasn't for the fact that they had some reservations, Duan Lingtian suspected that these three God Emperors would have already attacked Han Di. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded, following which, the old man from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate stepped into the arena and stepped in front of Han Di, protecting him. He glanced at the three God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor and said indifferently, "The battle with Duan Lingtian was Luo Yuan's suggestion. If we don't fight, at most we will win." In that battle, Luo Yuan's technique was inferior, so he admitted defeat. As for the battle with Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Manor, it was Luo Yuan himself who suggested it. He was the one who suggested it. He was the one who was careless. If something happens to him, he can only blame himself. You all should rejoice that this is the Seven Mansions banquet. Life and death are not allowed here. If this had happened outside, this mistake would have cost him his life. Today, Han Di's actions have taught him a good lesson. With the arrival of the God Emperors from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate and Lin Donglai, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet, the three God Emperors from the Heavenly Stellar Manor had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, even as they retreated, their cold gazes never left Han Di's side. In truth, they did not have the time to waste with the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal Gate. What had happened already happened, so there was no point in wasting time. The most important thing now was for Luo Yuan to recover from his injuries. Moreover, according to the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, Han Di's victory was his victory. As for Handi's character, that was another matter altogether. Even the others present had not expected that the battle between Luo Yuan and Handi would end in such a manner. I originally thought that it was Handi's suggestion again. Unexpectedly, it was Luo Yuan's suggestion this time. This time, Luo Yuan has truly shot himself in the foot. Yeah. If it had been a normal battle, even if he had been defeated by Handi, his injuries wouldn't have been so heavy. Based on the injuries Luo Yuan suffered earlier, he probably won't be able to enter the top 3. What a pity! Luo Yuan's defeat caused a lot of people to sigh. Of course, they could understand Luo Yuan's reasoning. In order to enter the top 3, he had wanted to preserve some of his strength. This was especially true after the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Both of them had displayed extremely powerful strength. It would be impossible for Luo Yuan not to feel pressured. However, Luo Yuan's momentary lapse in concentration, especially when he had not been on guard against Handi, caused a lot of people to be unable to understand his actions. Luo Yuan had taken the initiative to suggest this. Couldn't he have been more careful? In the end, he had still been tricked. Of course, as some of the god emperors explained the details of what had happened, some of the people who had not been in the know were enlightened. So Handi was starting to show weakness. It was also at that time that Luo Yuan became careless and let his guard down. Handi is truly ruthless. The victor is king. I personally feel that Handi is not at fault. Luo Yuan is at fault for not being careful enough. I think so too. Initially, a lot of people had questioned Handi's character. However, as the discussion continued, a lot of people started to feel that even if Handi's actions were somewhat excessive, they were still within the rules. Furthermore, he had done so for the sake of the sect behind him. If they were in Luo Yuan's shoes, they might have done the same. Luo Yuan definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the people from the autumn leaf gate of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Currently, on a small floating island, a group of people was surrounding Luo Yuan. Apart from the people from the autumn leaf gate, there were also experts from the other 2 powers of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Looks like they are still unwilling to accept this result. However, given how serious his injuries are, even if I throw more pills at him, it will be pretty good if he can recover 50% of his strength the next time he is challenged. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had clearly seen how Luo Yuan had been injured earlier. Such an injury would not heal in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the people from the Spirit Consonance Mansion and the Heaven's Equal Gate. Handi hovered in the air at the front. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled back at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, are you now like the majority of people looking down on me, Handi? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at him when he heard this and replied with a question. What do you think? It's normal for you to feel this way. Handi sighed. However, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Luo Yuan for not being careful enough. If he had been more cautious and guarded against me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just like before, if I hadn't felt the difference between you and me, and if I hadn't felt your divine sense constantly staring at me, perhaps, I would have had similar thoughts. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of being cautious, Luo Yuan is far inferior to you, Duan Lingtian. As expected of a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Based on Handi's words, it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian was from a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when he heard Handi's words. Naturally, deep in his heart, he did not deny Handi's words. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. However, there was no way he would hand Handi over to him. After all, he could not do such a thing. Even if it was not his intention, he could not do it even if the Chunyang school asked him to. Since he had made a promise, he would not break it so easily. No matter what, the battle between Handi and Luo Yuan had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat somber and solemn. It was only when Lin Donglai, the elder of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect who was in charge of the 7 Mansions banquet, spoke up that the atmosphere returned to normal. Today's Seven Mansions banquet ends here. Tomorrow we'll begin the next round of battles for the top 10 rankings. Although it was still early, the battles for the top 10 rankings in the Seven Mansions banquet were usually held one day at a time. Chapter 4060. When the first round of the top 10 ranking battle ended, it was already past noon. However, even though it was still early, nobody stayed outside for long. Everyone returned to the temporary lodgings arranged by the mysterious Jade Mansion. The Chunyang School was no exception. That Han Di is really ruthless. He made a promise, but at the crucial moment, he went back on his word and launched a sneak attack to injure Luo Yuan. On the way back, many of the Chunyang School disciples couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, some felt that Han Di was too ruthless, but some felt that his actions were understandable. This is the Seven Prefectures banquet. Everyone is competing for a higher ranking. I can only say that Luo Yuan is too naive. He didn't guard against Han Di. Otherwise, even if the sneak attack succeeded, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not guarding against him. If I were Han Di, I wouldn't have let such an opportunity slip by. That's right. Han Di must have discovered that Luo Yuan isn't stronger than him when he passed by Luo Yuan. Therefore, he decided to hide his strength and unleash his full strength to injure Luo Yuan. Han Di must have pretended to be weak so that Luo Yuan would lower his guard. However, Luo Yuan can only blame himself for falling for it. Based on the words of the Chunyang School disciples, most of them supported Han Di. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strong preyed on the weak. Although Han Di's actions were somewhat despicable, most people didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Everything he did was for the sake of fighting, for the sake of moving forward. If Han Di entered the top 3 of the Seven Prefectures banquet because of this, the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Qitian sect would definitely not mistreat him. In the future, his path would be much smoother. Between the top 10 and the top 3, there was a gap of 1 slot to enter the Holy Land Secret Realm. 1 slot was enough to give birth to a higher god emperor. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian is stronger than him, so it's hard for him to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might have been in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian heard some of the Pure Sun sect's disciples talking about him. Many of them broke out in cold sweat when they talked about his battle with Han Di. Regarding this, he could only smile inwardly. If Han Di really wanted to sneak up on him, it would not be that easy. He had been on high alert since the beginning, and the divine power in his body was ready to be unleashed. If Han Di dared to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. As for Jinping Fan, Yi Chenfeng, and the others, they did not say anything. In their opinion, with Duan Lingtian's battle experience from the mundane realm, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to make such a small mistake. The way I see it, none of the people in front this time have displayed any amazing abilities. Perhaps, the first place of the Seven Prefectures feast this time will be senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as a Chunyang School disciple said this, everyone's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Even the leaders Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were no exception. In truth, this was what they had been thinking for a long time. They believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place in the Seven Prefectures feast this time. Originally, they had expected Duan Lingtian to get into the top 3. However, based on the way everyone had fought today and the fact that Luo Yuan had been crippled, they believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place. Moreover, there was a high chance. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out beside Duan Lingtian's ear. Are you confident you'll get first place? I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. If possible, try to get first place. Jinping Fan said solemnly, if you get first place in the Seven Prefectures feast, not only will the sect treat you well, but the other organizations will also pay attention to you. I've told you this before, but I don't know if you've remembered it. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. Only a godly venerable rank organization can be considered a top organization in a realm of gods like the Shengang land. You're not the only one. Even Junior Uncle Yi wants to join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. If he becomes an upper god emperor, he'll definitely receive an invitation from a godly venerable rank organization. Of course, I'm talking about those godly venerable rank organizations with a godly venerable expert. Even now, Junior Uncle Yi has become a potential godly venerable rank organization in the eyes of many godly venerable rank organizations. Some godly venerable rank organizations with godly venerable experts have even extended an olive branch to him. However, although these godly venerable rank organizations have godly venerable experts, their godly venerable experts are at the bottom of the godly venerable rank. Therefore, Junior Uncle Yi doesn't think highly of them. Junior Uncle Yi is waiting for those godly venerable rank organizations who can't sit still after he becomes an upper god emperor. As long as the conditions are right, Junior Uncle Yi will accept the invitation and join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, once he joins, he'll be in the upper echelons. Even if he doesn't have much power, he'll still be able to enjoy the best treatment in terms of cultivation resources. Even in those godly venerable rank organizations, there aren't many upper god emperors who have given birth to a complete soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly. Of course, the reason Junior Uncle Yi chose this path is because he wasn't outstanding enough when he was young. At that time, although there were godly venerable rank organizations who wanted to recruit him, they were all outdated godly venerable rank organizations without godly venerable experts. Moreover, even if he joined those godly venerable rank organizations at that time, the resources he could get might not be comparable to what he could get if he stayed in Chunyang School. In Chunyang School, he was a genius and focused on cultivation. However, in those godly venerable rank organizations, even if he managed to get into the upper echelons, the treatment he received would be mediocre. I'm almost the same. At this point, Jin Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a more serious tone, "You're different. Not only are you young and have great potential, but you've also comprehended sword principle. If you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, I'm sure there will be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization who will invite you to join. The heavyweight godly venerable rank organization I'm talking about is the godly venerable rank organization in the Shengang land, second only to the giant godly venerable rank organizations." Duan Lingtian actually knew which of the giant godly venerable rank organizations Zhen Pingfan was talking about. Those godly venerable rank organizations were the most powerful organizations in the Shengang land. Among them, there were many godly venerable rank experts and even high-level godly venerable rank experts. Those godly venerable rank organizations were also known as the giant godly venerable rank organizations in the Shengang land. The Xia clan, where his wife Ker was from in her previous life, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. The Yun clan, where Yun Qingyan was from, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. Most of the giant godly venerable rank organizations were clans and very few were sections. This was because those giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate experts. As for utmost sovereigns, unless they had no family, were from a sect and were deeply attached to that sect, they would not support a sect to become a godly venerable level force. Whether it was humans or other life forms, they would definitely have the deepest feelings for their family members. When one had the ability to support one's clan or the sect they were in, most people would definitely choose the former. As for the giant godly venerable rank organizations, they rarely recruited disciples from outside. Most of them were clans and were more xenophobic. In addition, there was no shortage of geniuses in the clans, so they rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Unless it was someone who was so talented that it could be called heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, even if he won the first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet, was not considered that kind of existence in the eyes of those giant godly venerable rank organizations, unless Duan Lingtian broke through and became a high-level godly emperor one day, then they would take a fancy to Duan Lingtian. Of course, the giant godly venerable rank organizations did not necessarily have the protection of ultimate experts. Some of the ultimate experts behind the giant godly venerable rank organizations had even fallen, but they were still standing strong. This was because the giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate divine formations. Once activated, even ultimate experts would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, during this process, even the most powerful beings could be injured. It was not a small matter for ultimate experts to be injured. If they were targeted by an enemy, they could die. A giant godly venerable rank organization without the protection of an ultimate expert would usually not have ultimate experts looking for trouble with them because the losses outweighed the gains. It was also because of this that giant godly venerable rank organizations had become the most transcendent existence in the planes of gods. In the Shengang land, there are a few giant godly venerable rank organizations that are in the first echelon. The second echelon has more than a dozen godly venerable rank organizations. They are the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations that I mentioned. Don't underestimate these godly venerable rank organizations. These godly venerable rank organizations basically have upper-level godly venerable rank leaders. In fact, some of these heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations, upper-level godly venerable rank organizations, strongest upper-level godly venerable rank organizations. The reason why the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations have a transcendent status is mostly because of their ultimate experts. There are very few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. However, there are quite a few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. This time, if you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, you'll definitely be noticed by the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. At that time, there should be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization that would send you an invitation. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've comprehended sword principle. You're also a middle-level godly emperor whose strength is comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. They'll definitely be interested. A upper-level godly emperor. As long as Duan Lingtian won first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the 7 prefectures would acknowledge his strength as comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. A upper-level godly emperor was the strongest among the upper-level godly emperors. Their strength was comparable to a lower-level godly emperor. A heavyweight godly venerable rank organization. Upon hearing Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a burning desire. In fact, that was his goal as well. He did not have much time left. Chapter 4061. First place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. He was determined to win. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a flickering flame. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire with a single thought. No matter who stood in his way, they would become his stepping stone. After Zhan Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian followed the rest of the Chunyang school group and returned to the temporary residence that the mystic Jade Mansion had arranged for the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhan Pingfan and Yi Qinfeng before returning to his residence. "Did you say something to him?" Yi Qinfeng noticed that Duan Lingtian was acting a little strange and could not help but ask Zhan Pingfan telepathically. On the way back, he had seen the flirting between Zhan Pingfan and Duan Lingtian. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's strange behavior, he could not guess that it had something to do with Zhan Pingfan. "It's nothing," Zhan Pingfan telepathically replied. "I just told him to try his best to win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Winning first place is not only important for Chunyang School, but also for his future. Also, I told him about the dozen or so godly venerable rank factions. If he wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, some of those godly venerable rank factions will definitely not sit still. Masters Junior Yi, if Duan Lingtian really wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast and is accepted by one of those godly venerable rank factions, then he will really be stronger than you. Even if you don't enter the upper divine emperor realm, those godly venerable rank factions won't take the initiative to recruit you." Zhan Pingfan's tone changed as he spoke, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone. In the face of Zhan Pingfan's teasing, Yi Qinfeng only smiled faintly. At his age, he was already stronger than me. In the eyes of those reverend gods, his potential is higher than mine, and his value is higher than mine. I have mastered the way of the sword, and have given birth to a high-quality divine sword with a complete soul. I am afraid that I have only just begun to enter the sights of those dozen or so reverend level forces. If they want to send someone to invite me to join, I will have to enter the realm of Upper Divine Lord. If I am unable to step into the Upper Divine Lord realm, even if my strength is comparable to an ordinary Upper Divine Lord, it is still not enough to be roped in by them. Obviously, Yi Chenfeng knew himself very well. Martial Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan smiled and said, if Duan Lingtian wins first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet and is accepted by one of the hierarch-level forces, in the future, when you enter the Upper God Emperor realm, will you also consider joining one of the hierarch-level forces? In that case, the two of you will be able to take care of each other. In the future, when I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, I will also choose one of the hierarch-level forces. At that time, the three of us can band together and create a branch of our own in that hierarch-level force. The more Zhen Pingfan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. At that time, we will name our branch Pure Yang Branch. The current Zhen Pingfan seemed to even believe himself as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words and seeing Zhen Pingfan's expression, Yi Chenfeng was speechless. However, on the surface, he only smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian and I are not a problem. Yes, you first enter the realm of Middle Divine Lord. There was one more thing that Yi Chenfeng did not say. That was, even if you have just entered the Upper God Emperor realm, those dozen or so reverend level forces might not even look at you. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. His mind was constantly replaying the scenes he had seen today. It was mainly the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, as well as Han Di's sneak attack on Luo Yuan. In the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, both of them had displayed their full strength at the crucial moment. In terms of strength, both of them were actually on par. However, due to Tuoba Xiu's carelessness, she had lost in the end. As for the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan, although it had been a sneak attack, it had still displayed his extraordinary combat strength. This display of strength was completely different from the strength he had displayed when they had crossed paths in the past. Han Di's strength is not any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu's. And that Lin Yuan, Duan Lingtian thought of Lin Yuan of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, and the scene when he had challenged Shimin Longxiang of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yuan was holding back. Lin Yuan was not that simple. And that Wang Xiong. Now, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the strength of some of the people in the top 10, and he felt that they were only SOSO. For example, Yang Qinya and Shimin Longxiang were not a threat to him. Although Ma Qihong had consolidated his cultivation base as a high divine emperor, judging from his battle with Yuan Moyu, he was not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Of course, even without watching the battle between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu, Duan Lingtian knew his strength very well. After all, they had fought before, and he could confirm that Ma Qihong was not a threat to him. Luo Yuan had been seriously injured by Han Di today, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. There was no hope for him to enter the top 3, and he was also not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Now, the bigger threat to him was actually not Tuoba Xiu or Yuan Moyu. In his opinion, the two of them were on the same level as Han Di. He felt that the biggest threat to him was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who had not yet used his full strength. Of course, the strength that Wang Xiong had displayed so far was not even comparable to Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, or Han Di. But who dared to say that was his full strength? Even Lin Yuan hadn't displayed strength comparable to Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou until now. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him, because he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had invited, and he came from outside the 7 mansions. Some people even guessed that he might be from a godly venerable level family. Not far from the 7 mansions, there was the Lin clan, a godly venerable level family. Many people suspected that Lin Yuan was from there. The host of the 7 mansions banquet this time was the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai. Many people guessed that he came from there, but for some reason he came to the 7 mansions and joined the Flame Howl sect. Lin Donglai did not join the Flame Howl sect halfway. Machi Hong had challenged Yuan Moyu in the previous round, and the two of them had ended in a draw. At first, everyone had thought that Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with his. It was only until the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Shio that they realized that Yuan Moyu had been hiding his strength. The battle between Yuan Moyu and Machi Hong was more like a game for Machi Hong. Who will Machi Hong challenge? Seeing Machi Hong enter, many people were curious. Will it be Yang Chenye or Shimin? However, when Yuan Moyu fought with Tuoba Shio, they realized Yuan Moyu did not use his full strength in his battle with Machi Hong. Isn't he afraid he'll fail again if he challenges Wang Xiong? Duan Lingtian glanced at Machi Hong before he shook his head. If he had thought of Machi Hong as an important figure in the past, he now felt that Machi Hong was merely a pitiful person who was controlled by his emotions. Even Duan Lingtian could not see through Wang Xiong. However, he had a strong feeling that Wang Xiong was not weak at all. Wang Xiong might not be weaker than Machi Hong. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Machi Hong was going to challenge Wang Xiong, he subconsciously glanced at Machi Hong. However, Machi Hong suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Machi clan. Duan Lingtian immediately saw that the Machi clan's golden seat elder, Machi Yuning, was looking at Machi Hong. It was obvious that he was talking to Machi Hong through sound transmission. It seems like the situation has changed, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Machi Yuning was most likely telling Duan Lingtian not to challenge Wang Xiong through sound transmission. As expected, what happened next verified Duan Lingtian's guess. Just when everyone thought that Machi Hong would challenge Wang Xiong, Machi Hong spoke in an indifferent tone. Number 7, Shimin. Shimin Longxiang, the supreme talent of the puppet villa in the state capital of Qing, was currently ranked number 7. Machi Hong had chosen to challenge Wang Xiong, just as everyone had guessed earlier. Naturally, before this, everyone thought that Machi Hong would challenge Wang Xiong. Moreover, Machi Hong had glanced at the Machi clan at the critical moment before changing his target. It was obvious that someone from the Machi clan had advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong. It seems like the people from the Machi clan think that Machi Hong might not be a match for Wang Xiong. They think highly of Wang Xiong. It seems like Wang Xiong didn't show his strength earlier. I'm really looking forward to seeing Wang Xiong fight again. The discussions were especially ear-piercing when they entered Machi Hong's ears, causing his face to flush red. How could this be? At this moment, he even regretted listening to the old ancestor of the Machi clan, Machi Yuning, and not challenging Wang Xiong. Idiot! At this moment, Machi Yuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, felt helpless and exhausted. This idiot! Why did he look at him when he was communicating with him through sound transmission? Was he not telling everyone that it was him or the people from the Machi clan who advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong? Idiot! In the past, Machi Yuning thought Machi Hong was quite smart. However, at this moment, he felt that Machi Hong was so stupid that it gave him a headache. At this moment, the other high-ranking officials of the Machi clan looked at each other helplessly. They were exhausted. It turns out that the gap between me and him is so big. The moment he was defeated, Yang Chenye finally came to his senses. The sense of superiority that had arisen due to his rapid improvement in strength had completely disappeared. It turned out that he was still so weak. Yuan Moyu is so strong, and Tuoba Shio is not weak either. Will Duan Lingtian be stronger than them? In the past, Yang Chenye did not have much of an idea of Duan Lingtian's strength, especially since Duan Lingtian's strength had improved significantly this time. However, he now realized that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was wider than he had imagined. It was impossible to surpass him in a short time. Chapter 4064. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt that Lin Yuan was mysterious. Even the others felt the same way. Even the people from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect stared at Lin Yuan's back with anticipation. They were not familiar with Lin Yuan, as he had only appeared in their Flame Howl sect not long before the Seven Mansions banquet. Moreover, when Lin Yuan had appeared in their Flame Howl sect, he had defeated the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation in one blow. Although not many people knew about it at that time, the news still caused an uproar in the Flame Howl sect when it spread. However, there were only a few people who had witnessed the battle. Therefore, although many people knew that Lin Yuan was strong and far stronger than the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation, no one knew exactly how strong he was. Tuoba Xiao is so powerful. I wonder if Lin Yuan can handle him. If Lin Yuan can defeat Tuoba Xiao, not only will he have a chance to enter the top 3, he might even be able to take first place. On the Flame Howl sect's side, not only were the prodigy's eyes shining with anticipation, but even the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons were also filled with intense desire. Among the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons, the only one who truly understood Lin Yuan's strength was Lin Donglai. This was because Lin Donglai was the one who had invited Lin Yuan. Moreover, after Lin Donglai had invited Lin Yuan, he had said that if Lin Yuan entered the top 3, he would have the right to control 2 of the spots. It was said that the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons had unanimously agreed to Lin Donglai's request. After Tuoba Xiao had challenged Lin Yuan had entered the arena. The two of them faced each other without saying anything. It was only when Lin Donglai had spoken that the two of them moved. To be precise, it was Tuoba Xiao who moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! Perhaps it was because of the previous lesson Tuoba Xiao's attacks were like a storm. Wherever his body moved, it was bone-chilling and froze the void, causing the air to freeze. In the face of Tuoba Xiao's ferocious attack, although Lin Yuan was the last to make a move, he countered every move as he moved. Tuoba Xiao couldn't restrict his movements at all. Tuoba Xiao wants to use the characteristics of the Law of Ice to restrain Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan isn't fooled. Moreover, he is skilled in the Law of Destruction and possesses a powerful destructive characteristic. Even if Tuoba Xiao condenses and seals the void, as long as it is not too strong, he can still destroy it. Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. After a while, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. This Lin Yuan is indeed not that simple. Duan Lingtian's face suddenly turned serious. This was because, with his careful observation, it was not difficult for him to see that Tuoba Xiao's forehead was overflowing with sweat. Even though the sweat was instantly evaporated by the divine power, he still noticed it. On the other hand, Lin Yuan seemed to be struggling, but if one looked closely, they could see that he was calm. Tuoba Xiao is going to explode. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed an explosive aura from Tuoba Xiao's body. His eyes narrowed. The upper echelons of the major factions also subconsciously looked at Tuoba Xiao. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of loud explosions, the ice that had condensed in the void was completely shattered by Tuoba Xiao. Then it turned into ice shards that filled the sky, turning into ice blades, ice swords, and a long stream of ice blades and swords that shot toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, Tuoba Xiao moved. A glacier condensed under her feet, giving people the feeling that ice was forming with every step she took. In her hand, the divine artifact shone with a dazzling light. In addition, a majestic blood aura began to surge from her body. From afar, it actually turned into the shape of a bird. When the blood-colored bird took shape, many people present were in an uproar. Blood Phoenix bloodline. Even the upper echelons of Chunyang School's side and Chunyang School's pupils shrank. Blood Phoenix bloodline, with the surname Tuoba. I didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family would survive. Jinping Fan sighed with emotion. Tuoba family? Blood Phoenix bloodline? Upon hearing Zhen Fan's words, not only Duan Lingtian, but everyone present on the scene was confused as well. At this moment, another Chunyang School elder spoke. The Tuoba family used to be a god-emperor-level family in the famous prefecture, but it was destroyed later on. It was said that it was destroyed by a sect in the famous prefecture. At this point, the Chunyang school elders' gaze subconsciously looked at the place where the people from the famous prefecture were standing. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect all stood up and stared at the beautiful figure with killing intent in their eyes. It's actually a remnant of the Tuoba family. Back then, didn't they eliminate the source of trouble? Why is there still a remnant outside? Is she the illegitimate daughter of a direct descendant of the Tuoba family? At this moment, the upper echelons of the famous prefecture's Yuanli sect had an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as though they wanted to kill Tuoba Shio immediately. The Tuoba family was destroyed by the Yuanli sect back then. The entire family was completely wiped out. Even the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled were not spared. Initially, they thought that they had completely eliminated the source of trouble. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Tuoba family would appear now? This was not good news for the Yuanli sect. What's going on? What's going on? When Tuoba Shio displayed her blood phoenix bloodline and displayed her strength, the group of prodigies present at the scene noticed the strange movements at the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture. After exclaiming in surprise, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and forces looked in the direction of the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture. An eye for an eye. Many people sighed softly. I really didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family is still alive. Although she hasn't fully matured yet, with the Netherworld Mansion as her backing, the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture won't be able to touch her. She's already grown to this stage. Even if the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture is willing to pay a price to get the Netherworld Mansion to hand her over, I'm afraid the Netherworld Mansion won't be willing to do so. I really didn't expect the Blood Phoenix bloodline of the Tuoba family to appear in this world again. Even the direct descendants of the Tuoba family cannot awaken their bloodline. However, today, this vile spawn must die. Facing 3 middle god emperors, although he had more people on his side, he was no match for them. This was because he was the only middle god emperor on his side. Chapter 4065. Of course, the leader of the Originally sect had already sent a message back to the Originally sect to inform the higher-ups of the Originally sect. This was a matter of concern to the entire Originally sect. To the Originally sect, the Tuoba family was already a thing of the past. But now, they had reappeared in front of them in just one day. The genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might is a descendant of the Tuoba family? Yes, when I heard that her surname is Tuoba, I didn't think too much about it. After all, we didn't have anyone with the surname Tuoba in the past. I didn't expect her to be a descendant of the Tuoba family. It was just a conversation between the leader of the Originally sect and the leader of the Originally sect, Tuoba Shio. Actually, before this, there were many people in the Originally sect who knew of her existence. However, their knowledge of her was limited to the genius that the Underworld Mansion nurtured with all their might. Who would have thought that the genius nurtured by the Underworld Mansion was actually a descendant of the Originally sect's mortal enemy, the Tuoba family? The Blood Phoenix bloodline was the symbol of the Tuoba family. It's fine if she's mediocre. She's not even 10,000 years old, and she already has such achievements. If she's given another 10,000 years, how can the Originally sect fight against her? She must die. Kill her at all costs. I'm afraid that no one in the Originally sect will be a match for her after 10,000 years. If she's given another 20,000 years, she might be able to forcefully destroy the Originally sect's sect-protecting array. At that time, the Originally sect will face the greatest crisis in history. She must die. Hearing the messages from the Originally sect, the Originally sect's emperor gods who were at the Seven-Mansion banquet felt helpless. They also felt that Tuoba Shio must die. But now, the 3 middle god emperors of the Underworld Mansion were right in front of them. How could they kill her? This was before the rest of the Underworld Mansion's 3 middle god emperors came out. One should know that the three middle god emperors didn't just come out. There was also a group of lower god emperors. Bastard? The middle god emperor of the Yuan clan from the underworld mansion laughed coldly when he heard the words of the middle god emperor from the Yuanli sect. Fang Yilin, watch your mouth. Fang Yilin, I advise you to behave. Tuoba Xiu is from the underworld mansion. We're not afraid of your Yuanli sect. Fang Yilin, we know about the grudge between your Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. However, we didn't know that Tuoba Xiu was a member of the Tuoba family. But even if we know now, we will still protect her. If your Yuanli sect wants to touch Tuoba Xiu, you'll have to go through us and the factions behind us first. The mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the underworld mansion were extremely powerful. They didn't even bother with the mid-god emperors of the Originally sect. Moreover, they had already sent a message back to their respective factions and asked some of the mid-god emperors to come over. This was because they knew that the Originally sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Seeing that the three major forces of the underworld mansion were so domineering, in addition to the group of onlookers, the middle-level Emperor God Fang Yilin of the underworld mansion had an ugly expression on his face. However, he did not say anything else and silently retreated with his men. When the three mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the underworld mansion saw this, they snorted coldly and retreated. However, when they returned, they still kept a close eye on the Originally sect. If the Originally sect dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to give them a thunderous blow. Me? The Tuoba family? The Originally sect annihilated the Tuoba family? Mother! She didn't tell me about this. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already left the arena. However, Tuoba Xiu was still standing on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had just found out that the Blood Phoenix bloodline that she had just awakened was a bloodline that only the direct descendants of the Tuoba family could possess. She also didn't know that the Tuoba family was annihilated by the Originally sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so polite to the Originally sect's prodigy previously. Go down. At this moment, Lin Donglai also spoke. He could see that this little girl actually didn't know about her background before this. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline this time, she would never know about her background. Little girl, come back. At this moment, the mid-god emperor of the Yuan family also sent a message to Tuoba Xiu, asking her to go back. At the same time, he looked at Tuoba Xiu with a gentle and loving gaze. He had watched Tuoba Xiu grow up. Although there were many descendants in his bloodline, most of them were males. Due to this reason, Tuoba Xiu, a disciple with a different surname, was also doted on by his bloodline. Not only did no one bully her, but if anyone dared to bully her, the descendants in his bloodline would stand up for her. Naturally, Tuoba Xiu had grown to the point where she didn't need anyone to stand up for her among her peers. When Tuoba Xiu returned, she was still in a daze. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd. It seems like Tuoba Xiu didn't know about her background in the past. I didn't expect her background to be revealed during the Seven Mansions banquet. She's a sworn enemy of the Originally sect. It's obvious that the Originally sect is panicking. Earlier, they even wanted to attack Tuoba Xiu. It's obvious that the Underworld Mansion wants to protect Tuoba Xiu. I just don't know if the Underworld Mansion will sell Tuoba Xiu out if the Great Ming Mansion is willing to pay the price. I don't think so. Even if Tuoba Xiu didn't make it into the top 3 this time, she still managed to get 2 spots for the Underworld Mansion. It's not easy to split the 2 spots among the 3 major forces of the Underworld Mansion, right? Now, everyone could tell that Tuoba Xiu had just found out about her background. It could even be said that she was the last one to find out about her background among the people present. This was because when everyone present found out about her background, she was still focused on fighting Lin Yuan. She didn't care about anything else at all. Awakening the Blood Phoenix bloodline should be a good thing for her. However, it doesn't seem to be a good thing now. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and retracted his gaze from Tuoba Xiu's back. Although he didn't sympathize with Tuoba Xiu's situation, he felt that she was quite innocent. After all, she didn't know about her background at all before this. However, both of them seemed to have their own pride, and neither of them challenged Luo Yuan. Soon, it was the turn of Ma Qihong, who was temporarily ranked 8th. After entering the venue, Ma Qihong glanced at the few people in front of him. Number 7, Wang Xiong, had previously challenged him and defeated him. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu, had never fought him before. However, during his previous battle with Yuan Moyu, his strength had already been comparable to Yuan Moyu's. Later on, he had awakened his bloodline and become even stronger. If he challenged Tuoba Xiu, he would definitely lose. Number 5, Lin Yuan. This was the person who had defeated Tuoba Xiu. Number 4. It seemed like only number 4 was left to challenge. Number 4. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Qihong issued a challenge to number 4, the person who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu the previous day. Ma Qihong's challenge caused an uproar. Ma Qihong sure knows how to take advantage of others. By doing this, Shimin and Yang Qinya seem to be of noble character. They are not willing to take advantage of others. Haha. Actually, you can't say that he is taking advantage of others, right? Ma Qihong has no other choice now. That seems to be the case. Of the people in front of him, Wang Xiong defeated him, Tuoba Xiu is no weaker than Yuan Moyu, and Lin Yuan defeated Tuoba Xiu. He definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. What's the point of challenging Luo Yuan now? He might as well give up. At least he can maintain a good reputation. This Ma Qihong, as the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tungling province in the past, is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current number 1 person among the younger generation in Tungling province. A series of mocking voices entered Ma Qihong's ears, infuriating him so much that he almost went mad. These bastards! Yesterday, when Yuan Moyu had challenged Luo Yuan, why hadn't they said such things about him? Why had they said such things when he challenged Luo Yuan? Damn it! Bastards! If Luo Yuan hadn't appeared in time and confronted him with a gloomy expression, Ma Qihong might have gone crazy and started arguing with the crowd. Naturally, Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression on his face. Even if he had been at his peak, he still wouldn't have had complete confidence in defeating Yuan Moyu. But this Ma Qihong, who was he? If he had been at his peak and had held nothing back, he would have been able to make Ma Qihong admit defeat within 10 moves. Now, seeing that he was injured, Ma Qihong wanted to challenge him? Ma Qihong, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke. Humph! Ma Qihong was already filled with anger. When he heard Luo Yuan's words, he sneered and said, Luo Yuan, you are an injured person. Instead of admitting defeat, you want to fight me? If that's the case, don't blame me for not taking pity on the injured. However, they quickly confirmed that Wang Xiong was from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was originally a disciple of the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence. However, the strength he displayed in the past was not considered to be monstrous, so he only had a little reputation in the Cold Mountain residence. People outside had never heard of him. However, few people knew about Wang Xiong in the past. After the 7 Prefectures banquet, his reputation would not only shake the 7 prefectures, but even many people outside the 7 prefectures would know about him and even pay attention to him. So strong! At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who had always been calm, had a slightly grave look on his face. As for Tuoba Xiu, although she did not show any abnormalities on the surface, there was actually a huge uproar in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little bitter and felt that her chances of entering the top 3 were extremely slim. Number 5. Enter the stage. While everyone was still shocked by Wang Xiong's strength, Lin Donglai had already spoken and let the next challenger enter the stage. Number 5 was Lin Yuan, the genius of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect. Now, it was supposed to be number 6's turn to enter the stage. However, due to the special situation of number 6, there was no need for her to enter the stage at all, so she was directly skipped over. Number 6 was Tuoba Xiu, the genius of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion. She was a genius that the Underworld Mansion had put in all their efforts to cultivate. At this moment, there were still murderous gazes from the originally sect of the famous residents staring at Tuoba Shio. A few of the senior officials who were loyal to the originally sect were even observing if there was a chance to directly kill Tuoba Shio. In their opinion, as long as they could kill Tuoba Shio, it did not matter if they were killed by the Underworld Mansion's experts next. It was worth sacrificing one of them to eliminate a hidden danger like Tuoba Shio. Unfortunately, they could not find a chance at all. This was because the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were staring at them from the beginning. Moreover, even if the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were not watching, it would not be easy for them to kill Tuoba Shio with Lin Donglai present. Earlier, they had even sent a voice transmission to Lin Donglai, wanting to make a deal with him. They wanted him to turn a blind eye and not interfere when they attacked Tuoba Shio, who entered the stage next time. However, Lin Donglai rejected them directly. I don't seem to have any other choice. After Lin Yuan entered the stage, he looked at Yuan Moyu, who had just been defeated by Wang Xiong in the previous round. So far, he had not fought with Yuan Moyu. Of course, in the eyes of everyone present, Lin Yuan's strength was definitely stronger than Yuan Moyu's. This was because Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with Tuoba Shio's. This was because he felt that, compared to the current him, the true strength of these 2 people might not be any weaker. It would be difficult for him to win first place in this 7 prefectures banquet. I just don't know if his law clone boosts his strength as much as the bloodline power of these 2 people. If it does, perhaps he'll have a fighting chance. If it doesn't, he'll definitely lose. Although Han Di and Duan Lingtian had only displayed their strength for a brief moment back then, Han Di still had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. In the field, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had displayed their bloodline power one after another. However, they were still evenly matched. I'm afraid these 2 will end up in a draw. Now, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who thought so. Even the senior executives of the various manors and major forces present, including the middle god emperors, basically thought so too. Based on the current situation, the 2 of them didn't seem to be holding back anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was fine. If these 2 people were even stronger, he really wouldn't have any hope of securing first place in this 7 manors banquet. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils abruptly shrank. Something's not right. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank, Yi Feng, who was sitting on a small floating island, had a subtle change in his originally calm expression. Somewhat interesting. In the field, the originally evenly matched situation was directly broken with Wang Xiong's sudden burst of strength. Swoosh! The crisp sound of the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, but at the same time, there was an extremely sharp aura that tore apart Lin Yuan's attack in one fell swoop and then defeated Lin Yuan. The originally deadlocked situation was directly broken. Wah! Lin Yuan was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. When he looked at Wang Xiong again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the fledgling form of Sword Dao? In fact, Lin Yuan was also proficient in the sword. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to master Sword Dao, and he already had some understanding of the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and there was hope for him to master it. However, there was only hope for him to master it. In today's battle with Wang Xiong, he realized that in terms of Sword Dao, Wang Xiong's attainment was also very deep and was not weaker than his. In fact, Wang Xiong was probably just a step away from mastering the fledgling form of Sword Dao. Just like him. In the intense battle with Wang Xiong, he actually had the intention to train himself, so he didn't hold back and went all out. However, he didn't expect that in the end, he would break through the bottleneck of Sword Dao comprehension and master the fledgling form of Sword Dao, helping Wang Xiong instead. Many thanks. At this moment, Wang Xiong's face was filled with joy, and at the same time, he bowed slightly to thank Lin Yuan, who was sent flying by him. His tone was also filled with unconcealable excitement. Forget it. Lin Yuan sighed. You and I are originally evenly matched. Now that you have mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao, I am no match for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan retreated. As the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also sighed subconsciously. He originally thought that with Lin Yuan around, the first place of the 7 prefectures banquet was already set in stone. However, he didn't expect that in the 7 prefectures banquet, there would be an anomaly like Wang Xiong. Previously, although he knew that Wang Xiong was not weak, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Xiong won? When Lin Yuan left the stage, the crowd was stunned. It was only after a while that they regained their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. Even Duan Lingtian had not expected this. Especially after Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had fought, he felt that it was more likely that the two of them would end up in a draw. However, he did not expect Wang Xiong to have a breakthrough at the critical moment and master the fledgling Sword Dao. His strength had risen to another level, allowing him to defeat Wang Xiong in one fell swoop. Let's go. Since Lin Yuan had failed to challenge Wang Xiong, and Wang Xiong had chosen to rest and did not continue to challenge, the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle had come to an end. The next round would begin the next day. Wang Xiong was number 3, and Han Di was number 2. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's strength, Han Di was mentally prepared to withdraw from the top 3. Even if Wang Xiong displayed even more shocking strength later on, he was still numb to it. In this 7 prefectures banquet, the biggest dark horse was Wang Xiong. Time and time again, he had refreshed everyone's understanding of him. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang School's group, it was very quiet along the way. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention anything about what had happened earlier. Even Zhen Pingfan did not send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian this time. He was afraid that he would give Duan Lingtian too much pressure. As for advising Duan Lingtian to admit defeat if he felt that he was not a match for Wang Xiong, he did not say anything. At this point in the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle, it was no longer important whether one was injured or not. As for dying, that was impossible. Therefore, he did not say much. Everything was up to Duan Lingtian's own wishes. In fact, when everyone returned, the situation of the 7 prefectures banquet had also spread to Chunyang School. The group of decision-makers in Chunyang School, as well as the group of intermediate god emperors, were all silent this time, although they were a little disappointed. After all, they had previously thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. However, when they realized that even if Duan Lingtian could not win first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, he could at least get into the top 3, they were a little relieved. This was much better than what they had expected at the beginning. In addition, there was also Yang Qianye who was in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only got into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, their Chunyang school would still be able to get 5 spots this time. 5 spots were enough. Elder Yi, is something the matter? Seeing that everyone from Chunyang School, including Zhen Pingfan, had left, not only did Yi Chunfeng not return to his residence, but he also followed him to his residence. Duan Lingtian, who had just noticed him, could not help but be stunned. While Duan Lingtian was observing Yi Chunfeng's small world, Yi Chunfeng's voice echoed in his ears. I have named this small world, Sword World. Each of these sword-shaped stones in front of you has a sword principle mark that I have left on them. Of course, the sword principle marks on some of them have faded a lot due to the passage of time. However, they all have the sword principle mark. Without the sword principle mark, the stones will automatically turn into dust and cease to exist. Chapter 4070. All the sword-shaped rocks had sword Dao imprints on them. Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. His eyes immediately fell on a nearby sword-shaped rock. At first glance, this sword-shaped rock looked no different from an ordinary rock carved into a sword. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully looked at it, especially when his divine consciousness enveloped it, he could feel the fierce aura contained in it at this moment. Every sword carved into the rock seemed to reflect the sword Dao's true meaning to his divine consciousness. Every sword strike was different. However, this sword Dao's true meaning did not follow his path, so it was not of much help to him. That is, after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at another larger sword-shaped rock not far away. He could see a dozen lines of words carved on it. The words on it could not be connected into a sentence, but every stroke of the words contained a strong sword Dao true intent. When one's spiritual perception enveloped it, it was as though one could see a sword Dao expert carving these words. Duan Lingtian looked at a few more sword-shaped rocks before he came back to his senses. He came back to his senses because Yi Qinfeng spoke again. Next, I will show the sword Dao's true meaning that I have newly comprehended in my small world. They were all inspired by your master, and the source is no different from the source of the sword Dao that you have mastered. They are different paths leading to the same goal. However, the sword Dao's true meaning that I have comprehended is actually not very helpful to my sword Dao, at least not for the time being. However, I heard your master mention a bold idea. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. 10,000 methods to one, 10,000 Daos to one. There was such a saying a long time ago. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. Moreover, according to my and your master's guess, if 2 sword Daos were to merge into one in the end, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Duan Lingtian realized that his master, Feng Qingyang, and Yi Qinfeng were discussing the merging of 2 different sword Daos. Wasn't this too bold? Now, this was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. After all, even his current sword Dao was strenuous for him to comprehend. If he were to divert his attention to comprehend other sword Daos, he would be powerless to do so. Most importantly, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Time was running out and the pressure on his body was too great. He could not compare to Yi Qinfeng at all. Yi Qinfeng might have already reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and only needed an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he did not need to spend too much time on increasing his cultivation. But he was different. This time, if Yi Qinfeng hadn't said that his newly comprehended sword Dao was from the same source as his sword Dao, he definitely would have declined Yi Qinfeng's favor. This was because if the source of the sword Dao was different from the one he had grasped, it would not be of any help to him in the short term. Even if he had the heart to observe, it would only be a waste of time. Then, as Yi Qinfeng began to display his newly comprehended sword Dao true meaning, a series of afterimages with swords flashed past. Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely attracted. After watching for a while, he saw a familiar figure among them. He is indeed walking the sword Dao of my master and mine. He doesn't need to spend too much time on improving his cultivation. He is just willful and has already begun to comprehend the second sword Dao. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He really could not compare to him. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's heart was only left with shock. Oh my God! How long has it been? Elder Yi has already comprehended the sword Dao that is from the same source as my sword Dao to such an extent. Moreover, there are many new things mixed into it. This is a sword Dao genius. Now, Duan Lingtian realized that there were many things in Yi Qinfeng's newly comprehended sword Dao that were of great help to him. He even felt that Yi Qinfeng's comprehension might be able to bring his sword Dao to a higher level and step into the next level. In that case, his attainments in sword Dao might even surpass the current Yi Qinfeng. Of course, he also knew that with Yi Qinfeng's current talent in sword Dao, even if he temporarily surpassed him, Yi Chunfeng might catch up later. Elder Ye's sword Dao earlier must have fallen into a bottleneck. Moreover, it is a bottleneck that is even more ridiculous than my bottleneck. Otherwise, with his talent in sword Dao, it is impossible that he has not broken through after such a long time. This time, if I can really bring my strength to a higher level with Elder Ye's help, I will definitely not treat him unfairly. Along the path of sword Dao, Duan Lingtian had actually walked out many things of his own. Previously, when he shared with his master could also comprehend some things. His current sword Dao was following his master's path in the beginning. Later on, most of it was his own comprehension which could be considered his own sword Dao. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and completely calmed down to observe the sword Dao that Yi Chunfeng displayed. Because they were of the same origin, Duan Lingtian did not expend much effort to observe. Moreover, every once in a while, he would gain a certain level of comprehension and inspiration. Gradually, he really immersed himself in it. He forgot why Yi Chunfeng was displaying sword Dao to him at this time, and also forgot why he was observing Yi Chunfeng's sword Dao at this time. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yi Chunfeng greeted Lu Fenggu and Jin Pingfan without waking Duan Lingtian. Today's ranking battle shouldn't have anything to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, there is still Han Di behind him. Today it will definitely end with Wang Xiong defeating Han Di. Of course, we can't rule out Wang Xiong directly challenging Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think he will, Yi Chunfeng said. Yi Chunfeng said, "So, the two of us will temporarily not go over today. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian, I'll bring him over." At this moment, Yi Chunfeng did not know how Duan Lingtian was doing. However, if there was no need, he did not disturb Duan Lingtian since he had not woken up on his own. Moreover, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian would not be able to comprehend too much in just half a day and a night. Okay. Lu Fenggu and Jin Pingfan were not stupid. When they heard Yi Chunfeng's message, they knew that Yi Chunfeng was giving Duan Lingtian special treatment. In that case, the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet will be yours. However, suddenly, Yi Chunfeng seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. If you only tie with Wang Xiong and win the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, those heavyweight ultimate gods forces might not be interested in you. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Even if you miss this opportunity with your talent and comprehension, you'll be invited by those heavyweight ultimate gods forces sooner or later. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to join a heavyweight ultimate gods force. In fact, he could even be accepted by them without waiting for them to recruit disciples. However, the problem was that joining them and inviting them were two completely different concepts. If he was invited, he could negotiate with them, and they would not treat him badly. However, if he joined them himself, there would be no preferential treatment. Being a heavyweight ultimate god and having a large family business, the benefits were out of reach for some of the disciples who had just joined the sect. Moreover, unless they displayed talent and comprehension that surpassed their peers, it would be very difficult for them to enjoy such treatment. The 7 prefectures banquet was now empty. Behind the clouds above the 7 prefectures banquet, the Jade Palace was still suspended in the air. Even when Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan fought earlier, both of them had passed through the clouds and entered the 7 prefectures banquet. The group of Emperor God experts at the 7 prefectures banquet also paid attention to the 7 prefectures banquet, but they did not discover the existence of the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was like a heavenly palace. Accompanied by the clouds surrounding it, it was like an immortal's paradise. Now, in a courtyard in front of the Jade Palace, there was an old man and a young girl sitting at a stone table. On the other side of the stone table, there was a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man standing respectfully. The old man and the young girl were an old woman and a young girl. "Great-grandmother, just tell me, Did my brother get first place in the 7 prefectures banquet? The young girl looked at the old woman and asked coquettishly. The old woman shook her head and smiled. You little girl, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you just wait a little longer? If you want to know if he got first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, can't you see for yourself tomorrow? Hearing the old woman's words, the young girl frowned slightly. But isn't the gap between my brother and Wang Xiong huge? Great-grandmother, why don't you make a move and injure Wang Xiong? Or make him have diarrhea so that he can't fight tomorrow or can't use his full strength even if he fights? The young girl's eyes turned as she spoke to the old woman with a crafty expression. When the old woman heard this, she rolled her eyes angrily. If I make a move, wouldn't that be too much of a bully? Moreover, you should know that some things can't be changed carelessly. I haven't punished you for meeting him rashly the last time. Hearing the old woman say this, the young girl instantly pouted her small mouth and said with a pitiful expression, Great-grandmother, didn't I also not tell my brother why I know him? Moreover, I found an excuse. As she finished speaking, a complacent smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. With that excuse of yours? The old woman glared angrily at the young girl. In my opinion, there's no need to mention that excuse of yours. Now, perhaps even he himself has some doubts. But some things can't be thought through just because you think it through. In any case, before the time I told you about, you can't meet him face to face. At most, you can only hide in the shadows and watch him like you are now. Chapter 4072. After the people from the various mansions and forces returned to their respective mansions, noon finally arrived. It ended earlier today. I'm already looking forward to the 7 mansions banquet tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Although I know Wang Xiong will definitely win, I still want to see Duan Lingtian in action. After all, he's a monster from a Devata realm, and he's not even 3,000 years old. If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian is only 3,000 years old. As for Wang Xiong, he's more than 8,000 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he has a huge advantage in terms of age. Well, it can't be helped. Why didn't Duan Lingtian be born a few thousand years earlier? Generally speaking, it's not that there aren't any monstrous geniuses around Duan Lingtian's age, but they haven't grown up yet. They haven't even entered the stage of a low-level divine emperor, so they're not qualified to participate in the 7 mansions banquet. Since the people from the various mansions and forces had nothing better to do, they began to gossip. From the beginning to the end, they talked about the 2 main characters of tomorrow. Wang Xiong, Duan Lingtian. As for the others, only Lin Yuan was mentioned occasionally. Moreover, they felt Han Di would most likely admit defeat if Lin Yuan challenged him tomorrow. Time also quietly passed by as they discussed. In just a blink of an eye, night had fallen. In the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School, in a spacious courtyard, Yang Qinya stood in front of a table. An old man sat behind the table. He was Yang Qinya's master, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin sat in front of the table and waved at Yang Qinya with a smile on his face. There's only the 2 of us here. There's no need for you to be so reserved. Qinya can just stand. Yang Qinya looked at Yuan Hanjin calmly and said. Upon seeing Yang Chenya's reaction, Yuan Hanjin did not mind. He knew Yang Chenya's personality had changed after the great incident. At the same time, he did not insist. You did well this time. I'm very satisfied with your ranking in the top 10 of the 7 mansions banquet. My father is very satisfied as well. When we return this time, the Pingshang lineage will spare no effort to nurture you. In addition, my father, who is also your grandmaster, will also apply for resources from the sect to nurture you, so that you can catch up to that Duan Lingtian and even surpass him. He's ahead of you now, but that doesn't mean he'll always be ahead of you. At the very least, I think you can surpass him. At that time, you can avenge your childhood friend and kill him. Perhaps, at that time, you'll have the ability to kill Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Yuan Hanjin smiled. As soon as Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Yang Qinya immediately added, I just received news that Long Qingchong is dead. Obviously, Yuan Hanjin didn't expect Yang Qinya to say something like that. His first reaction was to reveal a look of astonishment. His disciple already knew about this. After all, he only found out so quickly because of his father. It was his father, Yuan Pingshang, the patriarch of the Chunyang school's Pingshang lineage, who had personally gone to the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His father had done this to prevent Yang Qinya from becoming a wolf who would kill his master. As expected, he knew. Yang Qinya naturally noticed the shock on Yuan Hanjin's face. At the same time, he was even more certain that Yuan Pingshang was the one who killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His purpose was to cover up Yuan Hanjin's crime. How did you know about this? Yuan Hanjin asked. Before you, Yuan Hanjin, die. As long as I, Yang Qinya, have a breath, I will not stop my footsteps to become stronger. Of course, although Yang Qinya hated Yuan Hanjin to the core, he did not show it on the surface. This was because he knew that the moment he exposed himself, Yuan Hanjin and his father would definitely make the first move. He was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to die in the hands of Yuan Hanjin and his son. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die in the hands of others after killing Yuan Hanjin and his son. That's good. Yuan Hanjin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. I was worried that you would lose your motivation after knowing that the person who killed your father had died. Now that I hear you say this, I'm relieved. Very good. You did not disappoint me. The current Yuan Hanjin had a kind expression on his face. If it was the Yang Qinya of the past, he might have been happy with Yuan Hanjin's encouragement. However, at this moment, there was only hatred for Yuan Hanjin left in the depths of his heart. When he saw Yuan Hanjin's hypocritical attitude, he felt extremely disgusted. All right, you can go back and rest. Tomorrow, let's see how your enemy is defeated. Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qinya and said with a faint smile. It was as though he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated by Wang Xiong and not be able to win first place. However, Yang Qinya only replied with a yes before he left. Would Duan Lingtian lose? Thinking of this, although Yang Qinya was not very optimistic in his heart, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's calmness and composure when facing Duan Lingtian, he could not help but be slightly shaken. However, it is indeed very, very difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong. Yang Qinya thought to himself. The current Yang Qinya was only thinking of killing Yuan Hanjin and taking revenge for his father. As for Duan Lingtian, as of now, he really did not see Duan Lingtian as an enemy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for most people. As the 7 prefectures banquet gradually came to an end, many people felt a sense of loss. When the 7 prefectures banquet had just started, many people felt that the process of the 7 prefectures banquet was slow and hoped to enter the later stages of the ranking battle as soon as possible. However, now that the ranking battle had really come to an end, they all felt that time had passed too quickly. Or rather, the 7 prefectures banquet had progressed too quickly. Let's go. Early the next morning, when the Chunyang school students gathered, they also saw Yi Chenfeng, who they had not seen for a day. They only saw Yi Chenfeng look at everyone, greet them, and then lead the way to the 7 prefectures banquet. Where is Duan Lingtian? Lu Fenggu asked. He did not see Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he also noticed that Jin Pingfan was not there. However, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian. As for Jin Pingfan, he might have already gone there. He will come with nephew Jin later, Yi Chenfeng said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. As long as Duan Lingtian could arrive in time, it was fine. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian really did not have the confidence to secure first place, it did not matter whether he was there or not. Thinking of this, Lu Fenggu felt relieved. Among the other people from Chunyang school, many people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to forfeit. Chapter 4073. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not show up at the Seven Prefectures banquet today. Of course, most people thought that Duan Lingtian had given up. Coward! Over at the Machi clan's side, Machi Hong sneered. Even if I was defeated by Wang Xiong, at least I have the courage to face him. Duan Lingtian, you don't even have the courage to face Wang Xiong. You don't deserve to be compared to me, Machi Hong. The current Machi Hong swept away the haze from before. It was as if he had trampled Duan Lingtian under his feet. Although Duan Lingtian did not show up, the battle for the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures banquet continued as usual. However, the people in front, even those who were qualified to issue challenges, did not continue to do so. The first battle was between Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hell sect, who was temporarily ranked 4th, and Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qi Tian sect, who was temporarily ranked 3rd. Han Di will probably admit defeat, right? Today, many people thought that Han Di would admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Di did not admit defeat this time. He entered the arena and was only defeated after exchanging 10 moves with Lin Yuan. Of course, he admitted defeat after he was completely at a disadvantage, so he did not suffer any injuries. This Han Di is a smart person. Over at the Chunyang school's side, Yi Chunfeng smiled faintly and said, he basically did not fight before. Now that he's fighting, it's obvious that he wants to show his strength to the people behind him. This way, the people behind him won't hold on to him. In fact, Lu Finggu and the other Chunyang school's higher-ups had already guessed what Yi Chunfeng was talking about. However, that wasn't what they were focusing on right now. Their focus was on Duan Lingtian, who had not entered the ring yet. Although they guessed that Duan Lingtian might really give up, as people from the Chunyang school, they still hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up. In addition, some people also noticed that Jin Pingfan was not there. Some of them believed that the reason why Jin Pingfan wasn't there was to protect Duan Lingtian. After all, it wasn't safe to leave Duan Lingtian alone there. Some people also thought that maybe Jin Pingfan would bring Duan Lingtian along with him later. Number 2. Please enter. Lin Donglai spoke in a clear voice under the watchful eyes of the crowd at the Seven Prefectures feast. In the next moment, the biggest dark horse of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures, Wang Xiong of the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residence, slowly stepped out into the air. He was still dressed in a slightly sloppy manner, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. As he walked, his body swayed, as if he was already somewhat drunk. I challenge number 1. The genius of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong immediately issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily ranked 1st in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't there, Wang Xiong's eyes were still locked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. His eyes were burning with anticipation, although everyone present felt that Duan Lingtian was most likely going to give up. However, he felt that Duan Lingtian might not give up. There was no meaning in giving up. Even if he wouldn't be laughed at, it would definitely affect Duan Lingtian's future path to becoming a powerhouse. Not to mention other things, just the inner demons that might appear in the future made it unlikely that Duan Lingtian would choose to give up. On the path to becoming a powerhouse, failure wouldn't necessarily affect oneself. However, if one didn't even have the courage to fight, it would definitely affect one's mentality. They felt that even if he did not surrender, he would still be defeated by Wang Xiong. He's here. Duan Lingtian is here. On the Chunyang school side, although most people felt that Duan Lingtian's appearance was useless, they were inexplicably excited. After all, he was the genius of their Chunyang school and represented the face of their Chunyang school. Although it was not shameful to give up without a fight, it was still shameful. Now that he had appeared, even if he was defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. After Duan Lingtian's appearance, Zhen Pingfan also arrived and sat beside Yi Chunfeng. After greeting Yi Chunfeng and Lu Finggu, he looked directly at Duan Lingtian in the field with a hint of doubt in his eyes. As for what he was doubting, only he knew. Today you will see. At this time, Yang Qinya heard the words of his master, Yuan Hanjin, saying, "Your enemy, although a genius, is not invincible. Among his peers, there are still people who can defeat him." Upon hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yang Qinya did not respond. He did not show any other emotions, but his heart was filled with disdain. Although Wang Xiong was Duan Lingtian's peer, how old was Wang Xiong compared to Duan Lingtian? An 8,000-year-old young heaven's pride and a 3,000-year-old young heaven's pride, how could they compare? He's here. On the Machi clan side, Machi Hong frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian was not here, he felt that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he did not give up when Wang Xiong challenged him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian gave up. At that time, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. But now, that sense of superiority that he had yet to fully enjoy had completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian was here. So what if he's here? He's still going to lose. A sneer appeared on the corner of Machi Hong's mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he felt Duan Lingtian was not a match for anyone but himself. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name. Wang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, an intermediate divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old from a Devata realm. Although I'm also a divine emperor when I was your age, I'm nothing compared to you. Wang Xiong's words were, in fact, a compliment to Duan Lingtian. However, the others were still shocked when they heard this. Wang Xiong was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a divine emperor? Even the group of people from the Han Mountain residents were astonished because they didn't know Wang Xiong. They didn't know that Wang Xiong had become a godly emperor at such a young age. This was because Wang Xiong had only joined the Cold Mountain Mansion 1,000 years ago. Moreover, his performance had always been mediocre, and he had been overshadowed by the other young prodigies in the Cold Mountain Mansion. After all, Wang Xiong had always been concealing his strength and had never shown it to others. Our battle today has nothing to do with age. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The Seven Mansions banquet is a stage for young prodigies below the age of 10,000. You and I stand at the same height. If you defeat me, you'll be the champion of the Seven Mansions banquet. If you can't defeat me, I'm afraid you'll have to settle for second place. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He did not seem discouraged at all. Even so, no one felt that he was confident in his own strength. They only felt that he was stubbornly holding on. He knew that he was going to lose, but he still cared about his reputation and stubbornly held on. If I can't defeat you and settle for second place, I'll accept it. Wang Xiong smiled faintly. He did not seem annoyed by Duan Lingtian's words at all. It was as though there was no difference between first place and second place to him. Since both of you are here, let's begin. Lin Donglai glanced at both of them before he spoke bluntly, interrupting their conversation. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately, and they straightened their backs. Their reactions were even greater than Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong. This is unheard of in the history of the 7 prefectures. Genius, a true genius. Although the people present felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning this battle, it did not affect their recognition of Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent. For a young prodigy who was not even 3,000 years old to reach this stage in the 7 prefectures grand banquet, it could be said that this was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the 7 prefectures. It's a pity he was born too late. If he was born 1,000 years earlier, he would definitely be the champion of the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. That's right. With his innate talent and comprehension, if he's given 1,000 years, his strength will definitely surpass Wang Xiong's current strength. This is fate. Many people felt that it was a pity for Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not get to participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet at his best age. Otherwise, he would definitely be the brightest star in the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. However, although he was still shining brightly, Wang Xiong had overshadowed most of his brilliance. His attainments in the law of metal that he has comprehended are actually so strong. Most importantly, the law of earth that he has comprehended is not weak at all. After exchanging blows with Wang Xiong many times, Wang Xiong gradually revealed a stronger strength. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had also revealed a step more of his strength. They were in a stalemate all along. During this process, Duan Lingtian had wanted to find Wang Xiong's weakness many times and take the opportunity to push him into a disadvantageous position or even defeat him. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Although Wang Xiong seemed to be attacking crazily, his defense was very good as well. Duan Lingtian could not find any weakness at all. What made Duan Lingtian sigh with emotion was that while he was looking for Wang Xiong's weakness, Wang Xiong was also looking for his weakness. Wang Xiong's rich combat experience did not seem like a native of a plane of gods who was not even 10,000 years old. This Wang Xiong is not that simple. He must have experienced many battles before entering the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. While Duan Lingtian was guessing like this, Wang Xiong was also extremely shocked. This Duan Lingtian, a young man who's not even 3,000 years old, how can he have such rich battle experience? I used to be a sexless cultivator who grew through battles. Later on, I entered the planar battlefield and killed my way here. It was only after I left the planar battlefield that I entered the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. Wang Xiong was confident that his combat experience would not lose out to the older generation in the 7 prefectures. He also felt that it was difficult to find a match among his peers. Previously, he had felt that his opponent's combat experience was mediocre. He felt that his opponent relied more on his strength. Whoosh! The momentum of this sword strike was even stronger than the one he had slashed out before. It was as if he had used his trump card at the most critical moment. Amazing! What a good timing! Seeing Wang Xiong's move, many of the Emperor God experts' eyes lit up. Some of them couldn't help but praise Wang Xiong. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect had a nervous expression on their faces as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Although there seemed to be some resentment in his words, Yi Chunfeng's lips curled into a faint smile at this moment. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. End of chapter. If Wang Xiong was at his prime, he might have the ability to battle Duan Lingtian, and he might even be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a tie. However, Wang Xiong was currently injured. Moreover, his earlier attack had worsened his injuries. It would be difficult for him to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw, let alone defeat him. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He's much stronger than what he displayed in front of Han Di. He's really good at hiding his strength. Everyone thought Wang Xiong would definitely win. However, it's really unbelievable now. At this moment, the group of God Emperors could already guess who would win even if they did not continue watching. Although Wang Xiong was outstanding, he had lost the initiative due to his misjudgment. Naturally, they knew Wang Xiong's misjudgment was not his fault. After all, no one expected a medium divine emperor to be able to master the law of space's teleportation technique twice. Moreover, even if Wang Xiong was not injured with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to defeat him. At most, they would be able to fight to a draw. In other words, even if Wang Xiong was not injured due to his carelessness, Duan Lingtian would still be the champion of the Seven Prefectures banquet. When Duan Lingtian and his clone joined forces, not only did the divine emperors present on the scene realize something was amiss, but even the high-ranking officials from the various mansions and forces present on the scene could tell something was amiss. Some of the young prodigies who were more powerful looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? Han Di was where the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect were. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't sneak attack him back then. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Now that Han Di thought about the situation back then, he could not help but rejoice. He's so strong. Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu's expressions were extremely solemn at this moment. Tuoba Xiu, who had always been aloof, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise and indescribable splendor. As an outstanding woman, Tuoba Xiu's standards were naturally higher than ordinary women's. She did not think much of the men around her, who were younger than her, even if some of them had pursued her before. This was the first time a man had entered her eyes. It should be known that although Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's performances were strong, they had not caught her eye. However, Duan Lingtian had caught her eye for two reasons. First, he was not even 3,000 years old. His talent and comprehension skills were extraordinary. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Second, Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Third, Duan Lingtian was good-looking. Of course, although Tuoba Xiu looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light, she only had a slightly favorable impression of him. She did not have any deep feelings for him. How is this possible? On the Machi family's side, Machi Hong's expression was extremely ugly. He had never dreamed that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so strong. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated him back then, his strength was clearly not much better than his. Did he hold back? He actually held back? He had held back and defeated him so easily? At this moment, Machi Hong felt a sense of humiliation. On the Chunyang school side, the group was also pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would give them such a big surprise in the end. Even Yi Chenfeng was shaking his head gently at this moment. He had shown Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning in order to let Duan Lingtian's sword Dao reach a higher level, break through the bottleneck, and enter the next realm. However, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had not broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. Did he work for nothing? If he had known that Duan Lingtian had such strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to show Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning. However, Yi Chenfeng did not know that Duan Lingtian's original body and clone could cooperate to such an extent because of the inspiration he had received from comprehending the sword Dao true meaning that he had displayed in the past 2 days. Chapter 4077. In the arena, Wang Xiong saw how Duan Lingtian had defeated his attack. When he saw how Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger worked together, he felt helpless. He could see it too. If he had not been injured, if he had been able to display his full power, even if Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation, he might have been able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. But now he was injured, and his injuries were not light at all. He could only display 70 to 80% of his power. Now that he had fought with Duan Lingtian, he could only unleash 60% of his strength at most due to his injuries. However, I did not lose unjustly. When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had injured him using the second teleportation, which had never been publicly displayed, Wang Xiong felt that he had not lost unjustly. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had used this trump card just to show it to him. I admit defeat. Hence, after he had been injured further, the middle-level Emperor God from the Han Mountain residence reminded him through telepathy. Thus, Wang Xiong admitted defeat in a timely manner. That was because there was no point in continuing. Duan Lingtian had already displayed his power. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. As for Wang Xiong, his injuries were not light. Although Wang Xiong's admission of defeat was not out of everyone's expectations, it still shocked everyone. After all, it was completely different from what they had imagined. No one had expected Duan Lingtian, whom they had not thought highly of, to be able to defeat Wang Xiong. Of course, although they knew that they had guessed wrongly, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's power and hearing the explanation of the Emperor God, no one felt that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wang Xiong because of luck. According to our ancestor, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, the best result would be a draw with Duan Lingtian. It would be impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. Yes, our ancestor said the same thing. My ancestor said that even if Wang Xiong wasn't injured, Duan Lingtian still had a high chance of winning. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws are slightly stronger than Wang Xiong's. His nomological avatars are also stronger than Wang Xiong's bloodline powers. Furthermore, he has grasped Sword Dao. Even if his cultivation level is lower than Wang Xiong's by a realm, he can close the gap and even surpass it. The young geniuses present didn't believe the words of ordinary people. However, they had no choice but to believe the words of an Emperor God expert, especially a Middle Emperor God expert. Moreover, even if they were not as experienced as Emperor God experts, they were not blind. They had seen the power that Duan Lingtian had displayed with their own eyes. Could not be fake. After Wang Xiong admitted defeat, the golden light on his body completely retracted. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose spatial storm had dissipated, and asked with a bitter smile, "Duan Lingtian, was the strength you just displayed your full strength?" Following Wang Xiong's question, the entire place fell into dead silence. At this moment, they suddenly thought of the same question. Had Duan Lingtian displayed his full strength just now? One should know that before this, they had all subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian had displayed his full strength just now. Even the group of Emperor God experts thought so. As a result, now that Wang Xiong had asked this question, the group of Emperor God experts all focused their attention on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wang Xiong's question and everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian said calmly, "Almost full strength. Indeed, almost full strength." This was because he had not used the way of control. He had only displayed the embryonic form of the way of control. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong. He has an indirect enmity with Qianye. He might target Qianye in the future. Will he target me while targeting Qianye? At this moment, Yuan Hanjin vaguely felt a sense of danger. On the other hand, although Yang Qianye glanced at Duan Lingtian a few more times, his expression remained calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was also something that he did not expect. Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang school group and left the 7 prefectures banquet. When he returned to the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang school and entered his courtyard, 2 figures followed him almost at the same time. They were none other than Yi Qinfeng and Jin Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, when did you comprehend the second teleportation? Zhen Pingfan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked. He had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Also, your true body and your law clone can actually work together in the form of a formation. How did you do that? These 2 points were what Zhen Pingfan was most curious about. Yi Qinfeng, on the other hand, did not ask Zhen Pingfan anything because Zhen Pingfan's question was also what he wanted to ask. The second teleportation, I did comprehend it some time ago. Duan Lingtian was not particularly surprised by the appearance of these 2 people. Yi Qinfeng was not too surprised, but Zhen Pingfan had long since seen through his gaze and posture as if he wanted to rip him apart. As for the collaboration between my true body and my law clone, it's all thanks to the help that Elder Yi has provided me over the past 2 days. I comprehended the true meaning of the way of the sword that Elder Yi shared with me. Although it did not allow my way of the sword to reach a higher level, it allowed my original body and my law clone to work closely together and display extraordinary strength. As for how strong it is exactly, you two elders have seen it for yourselves. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he had not wasted his efforts over the past 2 days. Masters Junior Yi, when will you share your sword Dao with me? Jinping Fan looked at Yi Chenfeng and asked with a burning gaze. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him indifferently. Haven't you already observed it several times? Until now, you have not even comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao, which means that you are not suitable to comprehend the sword Dao. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan still said somewhat unwillingly, Forget about the sword Dao that you have comprehended before. I'm more interested in the sword Dao that you shared with Duan Lingtian. The sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by Duan Lingtian's master. He knew this. In his opinion, Yi Chenfeng's sword Dao was not suitable for him, but it did not mean that other people's sword Dao was not suitable for him. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng shook his head and rejected Zhen Pingfan's offer. If it's my own sword Dao, I can share it with you. However, the sword Dao that I shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by his master. I can't share it with you without his master's permission, Yi Chenfeng said. Yi Chenfeng's words did not dissuade Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a grin, Duan Lingtian, why don't you tell your master about it? I remember you said your master has left a law avatar in the Dev Atta realm so you can communicate with him with your law avatar at any time. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yi Chenfeng's suggestion. After he spoke to his master through his law clone in the solitary destructive heaven, he looked at Yi Chenfeng and nodded. Elder Yi, my master has no objections. Junior Uncle Yi, did you hear that? Duan Lingtian's master has agreed. Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng with bright eyes. I'll show it to you when we return. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, The 7 Mansions banquet should officially end tomorrow. If it ends tomorrow, we'll return the day after tomorrow. There are still some things that we need to do. Yi Chenfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Some of them were even greedy. Some of them thought so too, but they were not greedy. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter, they might not be able to get it. It might not be suitable for them. After Lin Donglai spoke, no one in the top 10 challenged him. Even when it was Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Moyu's turn, they did not want to challenge Han Di, who had fallen to 4th place in the previous round. In the previous round, Han Di had shown his strength in his battle with Lin Yuan. They were not confident that they could defeat Han Di. At most, they would be able to tie with him. Under such circumstances, there was no point in challenging him. Most importantly, there was a slight difference in the individual rewards received by the top 3 in the top 10. The difference between the 4th and 6th place was not that big. It was only after the 7th place that the difference became bigger. Due to this reason, when it was Lin Yuan's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian, he did not challenge Duan Lingtian after he glanced at the people from the Pure Sun sect with a complicated gaze. Duan Lingtian's strength was stronger than Wang Xiong's. He was slightly weaker than Wang Xiong. If he fought Duan Lingtian, he was destined to lose. Granduncle. When Lin Yuan left the stage, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Lin Donglai. The family wants to try their best to rope Duan Lingtian into the family, even if they have to pay a certain price. Those people are very interested in him. Lin Donglai's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's voice transmission. He naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant by those people. It was none other than the ultimate god patriarchs in the family. Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that even the ultimate god patriarchs were interested in him. Although he had thought that the family would ask him to help rope in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect that even the ultimate god patriarchs were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. You should know that I can only do my best in this matter. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan's back and said through voice transmission, "I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian isn't the only one who has caught our attention. He has also caught the attention of other ultimate god forces. Moreover, the Flame Howl sect has sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's experience in the Shengang land. He has only joined one family, which is the Linghu family, a god-emperor family in Tongling province. However, he was forced to join by his previous sect. Judging from his choice, he probably doesn't have much influence in the family. You also know that the family's influence is inferior to the sect's influence in many aspects." Lin Donglai said. "Granduncle, don't be nervous." Lin Yuan smiled faintly when he heard Lin Donglai's words. "The family only asked you to help rope in Duan Lingtian. They didn't give you a mission to rope in Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is so easy to rope in, I'll do it myself." Lin Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yuan's words. If that was the case, then there was no pressure. "I've already invited him. Whether he agrees or not has nothing to do with me. I'll try my best." With Lin Yuan's abstention, the top 10 rankings of the 7 prefectures banquet were finalized. First, Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School in Tongling province. Second, Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence in the Daming prefecture. Third, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect in the Mystic Jade Mansion. Fourth, Han Di from the Qi Tian sect in the Consonance prefecture. Fifth, Yuan Moyu from the Howl sect in the state of Qing. Sixth, Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan in the Underworld prefecture. Seventh, Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tongling province. Eighth, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect in the Heavenly Stellar prefecture. Ninth, Yang Qinye from the Chunyang School in Tongling province. Of course, at this time, Yi Chunfeng and Lu Finggu had also received many messages asking if Chunyang School was planning to give up 1 or 2 spots in the Holy Land secret territory. This time, Chunyang School had obtained 6 spots, so it was indeed a surplus. Even Yi Chunfeng and Lu Finggu themselves thought so. However, they did not express their opinion. They only said that this matter would be decided by the decision-making team of Chunyang School. It was not something they could decide with just a few words. Elder Yi, Elder Lu might not be able to make the decision, but you can, right? With your strength, who in Chunyang School would dare to go against you? Someone said to Yi Chunfeng through voice transmission. Yi Chunfeng's strength was now well known. Very few people regarded him as a middle god emperor. They all regarded him as a high god emperor. A middle god emperor with the strength of a high god emperor. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. 3 congratulatory voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the last 2 congratulatory voices. One was Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence, and the other was Shimin Longxiang from the Green State Prefecture's Tao Mountain Villa. When the 2 of them congratulated him, he was at most slightly surprised. The first to congratulate him was Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan family of the Underworld Prefecture. Her pleasant voice was filled with kindness. "Thank you." Although Duan Lingtian felt that he was not familiar with Tuoba Xiu, he still replied to her politely. At the same time, he paused for a moment before adding, "On the way here, I heard from Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect that there are some Emperor God experts nearby. These Emperor God experts have not appeared in the vicinity for a while. I don't know if they are from the Underworld Prefecture or the Li sect of the famous prefecture." Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to mention this to Tuoba Xiu, because she had expressed her kindness to him. Otherwise, he would not have told Tuoba Xiu about this. To put it bluntly, even if those emperor gods had come for Tuoba Xiu, it had nothing to do with him. "Thank you for the reminder." Tuoba Xiu's voice sounded again. This time it was much gentler. "We have many people here. I will be fine. You don't have to worry." Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tuoba Xiu's words. "What am I worried about? Am I worried? I was just casually mentioning it to you." When he realized that Tuoba Xiu seemed to have misunderstood Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything else. He was afraid that he would be misunderstood again if he opened his mouth. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended just like that. Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people who ranked in the top 100 in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet received their individual rewards. Even if Tuoba Xiu died this time, he would only sigh and say, "Beautiful women have unfortunate lives." That was all. 2 spots are better than none. The group of people from the Machi clan left the 7 prefectures banquet under the lead of Golden Seat Elder Machi Yuning. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Machi Hong. There were too many accidents in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. It's normal that you didn't make it into the top 3. You don't have to think too much about it. Machi Yuning thought that Machi Hong's expression was still unsightly because he did not make it into the top 3. Now that he knew Lin Donglai was related to the godly venerable rank Lin clan, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Donglai. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make enemies with Lin Donglai. Go and have a chat with Elder Lin Donglai. Almost as soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, Lin Donglai's eyes fell on the spaceship again. Yi Chenfeng's slightly lazy voice sounded at the same time. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking to Duan Lingtian. That was because Lin Donglai was looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded casually, then stepped into the air and left the spaceship. In a moment, he arrived beside Lu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. "Elder Lin." Duan Lingtian cupped his hands and greeted Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. "Duan Lingtian, first of all, I want to congratulate you on winning first place in the 7 prefectures feast. You taking first place is something I never expected." Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. "Lin Donglai, you flatter me. It's also because your sex Lin Yuan did not fight. Otherwise, I might not have won first place." Lin Donglai was stunned at first. Then he laughed. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be humble in front of me. Lin Yuan's strength is not bad, but it's not as good as yours." What a joke! Lin Yuan was not even Wang Xiong's opponent. Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape defeat. "I'm actually a little presumptuous this time, but I was asked to come by someone." At this point, Lin Donglai's face turned serious as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. "Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Wood Prefecture's Lin clan to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you can enjoy double the treatment of the most outstanding direct descendant. For example, Lin Yuan, you've seen him enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant in the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you'll receive double the treatment. In addition, the Lin clan will give you a meeting gift that will satisfy you. As for what it is, I can tell you first if you're interested. If you're not, it's not convenient for me to say." Lin Donglai went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. He also promised various benefits, especially the meeting gift that he mentioned at the end, which was even more mysterious. Divine Wood Prefecture, the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard Jin Pingfan mention it, and Jin Pingfan had long suspected that Lin Yuan, who represented the Flame Howl sect in the 7 prefectures banquet, was from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Now, with Lin Donglai's words, Jin Pingfan's guess was verified. In fact, Jin Pingfan was not the only one who guessed this. Anyone who knew about the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture basically guessed that Lin Yuan, and even Lin Donglai, were from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. "Elder Lin." Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Donglai and smiled. "I don't plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being. So, I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian politely declined Lin Donglai's invitation. As for why he did not plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being, it was just an excuse. Even Lin Donglai must have known this. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's refusal, Lin Donglai did not expose Duan Lingtian. At least, Duan Lingtian gave him a way out so that it would not be too awkward. If that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Donglai sighed, but his eyes did not seem to be surprised at all. Elder Lu, Elder Yi, farewell. In the next moment, after bidding farewell to Lu Fenggu and Yi Qinfeng, Lin Donglai rose into the air and left. Did their Chunyang school have such a person? At this moment, even Yang Qinya took a second look at Duan Lingtian. Sensing Yang Qinya's gaze, Yuan Hanjin sent him a voice transmission and said, "It's not a big deal. As long as you work hard, with your foundation in the omnipotent God Palace, many ultimate God forces will invite you to join them in the future. One day, you will trample Duan Lingtian under your feet." Yang Qinya only responded to Yuan Hanjin's consolation perfunctorily. His biggest goal now was not to join an ultimate God force, but to kill Yuan Hanjin. If he could kill Yuan Hanjin, he would be satisfied even if he was killed by Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingsheng's great ancestor, Yuan Pingsheng. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. At the same time, Lan Pingsheng, who was standing in a corner, looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not provoke him further. It seems that I really can't provoke him anymore. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated. No one disturbed him. He only woke up when they arrived at Chunyang School. Then, he followed Jin Pingfan back to Yunfeng Island and the Yunfeng faction, returning to his own cultivation place. Before parting ways with Jin Pingfan, Duan Lingtian did not forget to remind Jin Pingfan, "Elder Zhan, help me keep an eye on the omnipotent God Palace. I'll see when I can go in. As for safety, you don't have to worry. I have full confidence that I can come out from there." Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of confidence. Since someone could come out of the omnipotent God Palace alive, and since it was a place that tested one's willpower, he felt that it would not be too difficult for him. His willpower was not weaker than Yang Chenya's desire for revenge. After all, he had been supported by his obsession all this time, and his obsession was his wife, Kerr. "I'll let you know if there's any news," Jin Pingfan said. Now, he was no longer worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger after entering the omnipotent God Palace. First, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Second, Duan Lingtian's confidence made it hard for him not to be convinced. As for Junior Uncle Yi, I'll also urge him to contact Senior Uncle Yuan as soon as possible. The Senior Uncle Yuan that Jin Pingfan mentioned was the patriarch of the Pingsheng faction, Yuan Pingsheng. Duan Lingtian was still restless when he heard this, but he did not urge him further. Now he could only wait for news. However, after Jin Pingfan left, his restless emotions quickly calmed down. He recalled the process of the 7 Prefectures banquet and felt as though a lifetime had passed. Based on my strength when I first set off, let alone first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet, it was almost impossible for me to even be in the top 3. What kind of resources did these two get for him? How could they not be able to stand him? One had to know that this time, he had won 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Holy Land Mystic Realm, 2 more than he had expected. After all, Chunyang School's expectations were for him to enter the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet, not the top 3 and definitely not first place. Then, Zhen Yunfeng handed the storage ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents inside, and even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs piled up everywhere. Although there were not many of them, all of them were of high quality without exception. Among them, there was no lack of rare medicinal herbs that were needed for divine pills to aid in cultivation. These were all things that could only be found by chance and could not be bought on the market. It was not the kind that no one would buy if there was a price, but the kind that no one would sell if there was a price. Apart from that, there was also a high-grade defensive divine artifact. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. There was even a faint soul aura on it, indicating that it was already showing signs of developing an artifact soul. Although this kind of high-grade divine artifact was not as valuable as a half-soul high-grade divine artifact, it was still much more valuable than an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was a silver armor with perfect streamlined lines. There was a faint silver glow on it, and in between the silver glow there was a faint golden glow. It was these specks of golden light that gave off a clear soul aura, the embryonic form of an artifact soul. As long as there was someone to nurture this kind of high-grade divine artifact, its artifact soul would take shape sooner or later. The most valuable thing in here is that high-grade defensive divine artifact, flowing silver armor. When Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and claimed it as his master, and was clearly looking through the contents of the ring, Jin Pingfan spoke up at the right time. This high-grade defensive divine artifact was passed down from the first disciple of the founder of our Chunyang school. It was also passed down from the second-generation schoolmaster of our Chunyang school. Back then, after his high-grade offensive divine artifact soul had been nurtured, he had the energy to spare and began to nurture the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Unfortunately, just as the embryonic form of the artifact soul was born, he met with an accident while he was out. While he killed his opponent, he was also severely injured. After that, he was unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation 100 years later. This divine artifact was left behind just like that. After that, it changed owners many times, but no one had the energy to nurture it. This is because, for a mid-level god emperor or above, it is already very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a divine artifact. It is very difficult to nurture the artifact soul of a second divine artifact. However, even though the artifact soul on it is only an embryonic form, it is still much stronger than the average high-grade defensive divine artifact. If it was my father alone, he would not have been able to obtain this divine artifact. In the end, it was only when Uncle Master Yi spoke up that the others reluctantly agreed to give this divine artifact to you as a reward for your contribution to the sect at the Feast of the Seven Prefectures this time. As Zhen Pingfan continued to introduce the high-grade defensive divine artifact, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rare this armor was. The most difficult part of a divine artifact soul was not its growth, but the nurturing of an artifact soul. This was because not every divine artifact could nurture an artifact soul. Even a high-grade divine artifact had to be forged from very good materials, and it had to contain certain rare materials in order to nurture an artifact soul. Among the materials to forge a high-grade offensive divine artifact, this material was relatively easy to find. However, among the materials to forge a high-grade defensive divine artifact, this material was very difficult to find. In addition, most people spent their energy on nurturing an artifact soul for a high-grade offensive divine artifact, so it was relatively rare to find a high-grade defensive divine artifact soul. Is it appropriate for me to have this? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. After all, he did not plan to stay in Chunyang School forever, and this armor had an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School. After all, this was a divine artifact passed down by the first disciple of Chunyang School's founder, the second-generation schoolmaster of Chunyang School. Are you thinking that this divine artifact has an extraordinary meaning to Chunyang School, and you are preparing to leave Chunyang School? Jin Yunfeng saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and said with a faint smile, "If that's what you think, then there's no need for that. This divine artifact is actually gathering dust in Chunyang School. If it can follow you out of Chunyang School, it will also be a kind of comfort to the founder. After all, you are a disciple of Chunyang School who walked out of Chunyang School, and you have the brand of Chunyang School on you. If you can successfully nurture an artifact soul in the future, even in the Xiangang land, it will become a good story. Hearing Zhan Yunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately dispelled the worries in his heart. He was not an indecisive person, and he really did need this armor. With it, he would have another means to save his life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian. After Jin Yunfeng and Duan Lingtian left first, Jin Pingfan stayed behind and warned Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. When you have the ability to nurture an artifact soul of this high-grade defensive divine artifact, don't be in a hurry to nurture it. It's better to nurture a high-grade offensive divine artifact at first. A high-grade offensive divine artifact's artifact soul is far more helpful to you than a high-grade defensive divine artifact's artifact soul. Obviously, Jin Pingfan was worried that when Duan Lingtian had the ability to nurture an artifact soul in the future, he would nurture the prototype of this ready-made artifact soul first, and not nurture the high-grade offensive divine artifact soul. In his opinion, this was a detour that would delay Duan Lingtian. Elder Jin, I am well aware of this. Duan Lingtian smiled. Naturally, he was aware of this. However, he already had a prominent divine weapon that had given birth to an artifact soul, so he did not need to think too much about it. When he entered the Emperor God realm, his 7 orifices exquisite sword's artifact soul, Huang would be able to show herself to others. He did not need to hide like now. At that time, even if someone was greedy, he would have the ability to protect her. Chapter 4083. However, even though Zhen Pingfan did not mention it, Duan Lingtian could feel Zhen Pingfan's good intentions as he read through the contents of the jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. There were more than a dozen ultimate god-level factions in the mysterious gangland. Each faction was clearly recorded by Zhen Pingfan, including some details. Even if it was impossible for him to join an ultimate god-level faction, it was clearly recorded. For example, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. It was the only sect that only accepted female disciples among the heavyweight ultimate god forces and giant ultimate god forces in the mysterious gangland. The scale of this faction was actually not very big. The reason why it could stand for so many years was because of the backbone of the faction. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion had never lacked high-level divine venerables, and because of this, its status in the mysterious gang territory had always been very high. In addition, the disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were not prohibited from marriage. However, after marriage, they could only be considered as an outer disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. However, even if they were outer disciples, as long as they left the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, they would rarely forget their roots. Almost every one of them would think of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion after leaving. And these outstanding female disciples of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, their marriage partners were generally very outstanding people. They either had a powerful family or a powerful sect behind them. Even if they were just individual cultivators, they were still very strong. In the eyes of these people, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was their wife or concubine's maiden home. If someone bullied their wife or concubine's maiden home, they naturally could not stand by and do nothing. Even if they wanted to stand by and do nothing, they might not be able to stop pillow talk. Even if they could stop pillow talk, if the wife or concubine went to help her maiden home, they would not be able to stand by and do nothing. Of course, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion's standing is not because of nepotism, but because of its own foundation and strength. If it only relied on nepotism, it would have fallen long ago. As Duan Lingtian continued to read, he gained a better understanding of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was extremely powerful. Perhaps they did not have as many disciples as other heavyweight ultimate god forces, but their top combat strength was not inferior to other heavyweight ultimate god forces at all. After reading the introduction of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhen Pingfan added a paragraph at the end. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, but then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His original words were, Duan Lingtian, you can consider kidnapping a daughter-in-law from the Nichang Feng Pavilion. The Nichang Phoenix Pavilion still had feelings for every disciple who married outside. If there was a problem, as long as they were in the right, the Chang Phoenix Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. After reading this paragraph, Duan Lingtian really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Elder Jin, are you asking me to live off a woman? A moment later, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the next ultimate god-level faction. He had learned about all the major ultimate god forces. These ultimate god-level factions had one thing in common, which was that they all had upper-level ultimate god experts. As long as there were no ultimate gods, they could do whatever they wanted in the planes of gods. At that cultivation level, no one would be weak. Chapter 4084. 9 Mammoth Valley. As one of the top forces in the Shengang land, the 9 Mammoth Valley had a transcendent status. It was located deep in the mountains, which was like a paradise. It was like spring all year round. The grass was green and there were clouds and mist in the mountains. It looked like a paradise on earth. In a quiet valley, a young figure stepped on the air and landed. It was a tall young man with a jade-like face. His eyes carried some vicissitudes of life, and it was obvious that his real age was very different from his appearance. What's the matter? As soon as the young man appeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing upright in a quiet courtyard in the valley. He asked curiously, "Second elder." The middle-aged man bowed to the young man and said respectfully, "You've finally come out of seclusion. I'm here this time because I have something important to ask you to make a decision. Sect Master and Great Elder have not returned yet. I can only ask you to make a decision." The middle-aged man said respectfully, "What's the matter?" The young man looked young, but his tone was dignified and indifferent. "Second Elder, before I tell you about this matter, please take a look at the floating image recorded in this floating image pearl." The middle-aged man said as he took out a floating image pearl and handed it to the young man. The young man raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, the floating image pearl left the middle-aged man's hand and floated in front of the young man. Then the image recorded in it was displayed. In the image, a vast field appeared. There were many small floating islands around it. It was obvious that there were many spectators. In the field, there were 2 people facing each other. One was a young man in purple, and the other was a sloppy middle-aged man. After a while, the 2 of them started to fight. At first, the young man looked calm. It was only when the young man in purple displayed his sword principle that his eyebrows twitched slightly. His sword principle is not bad. It's rare for a middle divine emperor to have such an achievement in sword principle, the young man said. After a while, when he saw the young man in purple perform the second teleportation, he was finally moved. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man. A middle divine emperor who can perform the second teleportation. How old is this person? A middle divine emperor who could perform the second teleportation. Even in the history of the 9 Mammoths Valley, the earliest few ancestors who had comprehended the second instant transmission had only mastered it when they were at the high-level divine emperor realm. Those ancestors all went on to achieve great things. One of them even led the 9 Watchmen Valley to new heights and laid a solid foundation for the 9 Watchmen Valley. A middle-level divine emperor who had mastered the second instant teleportation. He had heard of such a person, however. That was an achievement that could only be achieved by those with limited cultivation talent and astounding comprehension of laws. Moreover, such people would usually die before they could become god emperors. Less than 3,000 years old. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When he heard the young man's question, his eyes lit up. "What?" The young man was shocked as well. "Are you sure that this young man who has mastered teleportation twice and sword Dao is less than 3,000 years old?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. "If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have waited here for you to come out of secluded cultivation." The middle-aged man bluntly stated that the reason he was waiting here for the young man in the scryer recording was that the young man in the scryer recording had achieved so much despite being less than 3,000 years old. At this moment, the young man's expression changed again. He asked anxiously, "Who is this person?" The middle-aged man had come to him because of this, which meant that this person could be roped in. It was not difficult for him to guess this, so when he asked this question, his tone was somewhat anxious. This was a good seedling. Compared to the best seedlings of the younger generation in the Nine Watchmen Valley, he could only be stronger. When the middle-aged man saw this, he did not remain silent as if he had expected the young man's reaction. He is Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of the Chunyang School in Tongling Province, one of the 7 prefectures. The 7 prefectures are located in the eastern region of the Shengang land. They are relatively remote and are located in the mountains. The people there rarely come out. As for our side, it is too backward and there are no resources there, so very few people go there. The scryer recording is the scryer recording of the 7 prefectures banquet held by the 7 prefectures. I'm sure you've heard of the 7 prefectures banquet, second elder, the middle-aged man said. The young man nodded. I've heard of it. The 7 prefectures banquet is a competition for a spot in the so-called Holy Land secret realm. In their eyes, it's a holy land, but in our eyes, it's just a small spirit accumulation secret realm. The people there are generally weaker in terms of talent and comprehension, so it's extremely difficult for them to enter the upper god emperor realm. The third-rate spirit accumulation secret realm has given some of the more talented middle god emperors an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, the people there would basically stop at the middle god emperor realm. I really didn't expect that the remote 7 prefectures banquet could produce such a seedling. Even Wang Xiong, who had fought with Duan Lingtian, was not taken seriously by the young man. Although his strength was not bad, in the young man's opinion, since the middle-aged man did not mention him, it meant that he did not have much value. Moreover, as far as he knew, the 7 prefectures banquet was a stage for the younger generation under the age of 10,000. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man who was not even 10,000 years old would be soon. Second elder, the Council of Elders intends to send an envoy to invite him to join our 9 Watchmen Valley. In fact, the envoy sent by the Council of Elders is already on the way. The plan we've come up with now is to offer him conditions to join our 9 Watchmen Valley. However, the Valley Master, the Great Elder, and you are not here. Without your approval, there are some resources that we can't give out. The middle-aged man's words were very clear. The Council of Elders of the 9 Watchmen Valley had already sent someone to the Chunyang School in Tongling Province to invite Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they were not confident that they would be able to take him in. After all, the 9 Watchmen Valley was definitely not the only heavyweight godly venerable rank force that was tempted. If the conditions were not good enough, they might not be able to compete with the other forces. Gather the members of the Council of Elders for an immediate meeting. The young man's figure flashed, and he had already left the place where he usually lived. He had originally planned to come back and rest for a while after coming out of seclusion, but now he was no longer in the mood to rest. Although there were some good seedlings in the current generation of the 9 Watchmen Mansion, they were still lacking compared to their generation in the past. Now that he knew there was such a good seedling waiting to be nurtured outside, he could not help himself. If he could take this young man into the 9 Watchmen Valley, he might be able to add another pillar to the 9 Watchmen Valley in the future. In the 9 Watchmen Valley, those who could be called pillars were definitely godly venerable rank experts. Moreover, they were generally at the medium godly venerable rank and above. A medium godly emperor who had mastered the sword Dao and teleportation skill before the age of 3000. It was not that there had never been such people in the history of the 9 Watchmen Valley. There were even people who were more outstanding, but there were not many of them. A law clone. He's not even a native of the Mystic Gangland. He's from a Devata realm. This was even more shocking. At the very least, as the second elder of the 9 Watchmen Valley, he had never heard of anyone who was not a native of a Devata realm who could achieve this at such a young age. In the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, have you investigated thoroughly? Is he really from a mundane realm? In a spacious hall, a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe asked in a deep voice, Vice Sect Master, we've investigated thoroughly. the person replied. He's indeed from a mundane realm. Moreover, according to the information our people from the Mon-Origin divine sect obtained, he's not even 1,000 years old. Others said he's close to 3,000 years old. He must have used a divine pill to conceal his age, so he doesn't want to be too high profile. The Mon-Origin divine sect was one of the major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. There was no lack of godly venerable rank experts from the Devata realms. It was not difficult for them to obtain information about Duan Lingtian by using the void-piercing divine shuttle. He's not even 1,000 years old, and he's already so accomplished. Even in the history of the Mon-Origin divine sect, there hasn't been such a monster before. In the beginning, the vice sect master of the Mon-Origin divine sect was not that shocked when he learned about Duan Lingtian's achievements before he was even 3,000 years old. After all, there was more than one genius in the Mon-Origin divine sect who was not any weaker than Duan Lingtian. The quality of the Mon-Origin divine sect's younger generation could be considered as good among the dozen major godly venerable rank forces in the mystic gangland. However, which force would complain about having too many young geniuses? Immediately send a message to those who went to the Chunyang school to recruit Duan Lingtian and increase the bargaining chip. We must recruit Duan Lingtian to our sect. The vice sect master of the Mon-Origin divine sect ordered immediately. Vice sect master, what if he doesn't choose the Mon-Origin divine sect in the end? The person next to him asked. If he doesn't agree, we'll use some threats. For example, we'll tell him we know about his background in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Since he's able to cultivate to such a level, he must be a smart person. There's no need to say too much since he'll be able to guess our intentions. However, in front of a powerful ultimate god array master, it was just a small sect that was not worth mentioning. As long as a powerful ultimate god array master wanted to, they could easily destroy Chunyang school. While Duan Lingtian and Jin Pingfan were talking, several figures were flying toward Chunyang school. Whoosh! 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 Although he looked down on the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he still had to put on a show. Next, Duan Lingtian followed Jin Yunfeng and Jin Pingfan out of Cloud Peak Island and went to Chunyang School's main island. In a vast area, they met people from various ultimate god-level factions. There were a total of more than a dozen people from 9 heavyweight ultimate god-level factions present. There were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. In addition, there were 4 people from 4 ordinary ultimate god-level factions present. 3 were old people and 1 was middle-aged. Zhen Yunfeng from Chunyang School's Yunfeng branch greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng brought Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan over and bowed to the group of ultimate god-level faction experts. Most of these experts were ultimate gods. A few were upper divine emperors. Zhen Pingfan followed suit and bowed. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "These seniors are all experts from various ultimate god-level factions." In fact, as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, the group of people from ultimate god-level factions had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Although this was the first time they met Duan Lingtian, they had never seen him in person. However, they had seen Duan Lingtian in the scryer projection mirror image and recognized Duan Lingtian at a glance. Duan Lingtian greets all the seniors. When Duan Lingtian bowed slightly to the group of ultimate god-level faction experts, he also noticed Yi Chunfeng and Lu Finggu standing in a group of people. At the same time, he saw a dignified, middle-aged man surrounded by a group of people. It was not difficult to guess that this was the schoolmaster of Chunyang School, whom he had never met before today. He was also Zhen Pingfan's junior brother and Zhen Yunfeng's disciple. The man noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and smiled kindly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, an old man stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian. "I'm Su Feng, a lower ultimate god from the Mon Origin sect. Today, I invite you to join the Mon Origin sect. As long as you join the Mon Origin sect, we'll give you the treatment of a holy son." The most outstanding members of the Mon Origin sect's younger generation were conferred the title of Holy Son and enjoyed all kinds of preferential treatment from the Mon Origin sect. They were also extremely talented and powerful. The treatment of a holy son could be said to be the best in the Mon Origin sect. In addition, our deputy leader of the Mon Origin sect is willing to accept you as his disciple. Su Feng added. Su Feng thought Duan Lingtian would be overjoyed to hear his words. After all, the deputy leader of the Mon Origin sect was a medium ultimate god. What he did not expect was Duan Lingtian merely smiled at him when he heard his words. There was no joy on his face at all.